sloppy.
Dude, Bodrick, same. When's Red Mage gonna get love? Hi, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready for some emotional cleansing? I don't want to talk about it a lot right now because Vel is active in the chat and Valora, my mod, is fully invested in the game. Vel just beat Heavensward, like 3.0, and is fully invested. And I'm like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. So we're not going to talk extensively about 5.0, but all I want to say really quickly is that I'm an idiot. And an hour ago, I was watching other people react to 5.0, and so I'm a little bit emotional. So I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass is the moral of the story. But yes, kindly keep to redacted speak for Valora's sake. When's Dark Knight gonna get love? Didn't Dark Knight get love in literally the Shadowbringers trailer? Also, I really want to do the Dark Knight quests on stream. I've heard they're amazing. What do you mean ID or password is incorrect? Bro, how do I type this wrong every single time? What is wrong with me? Hello? Also, hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. I have to say I love that everyone in my Twitch sphere that is not a Final Fantasy XIV gamer has slowly been convinced to at least try it, which brings me much joy. Means I'm doing my job right. One of us. Now, if only they were all streamers, or at least YouTube content creators, so we could like get more get more free catharsis. Free catharsis in watching people suffer. It's great. Jolly, thank you for the copy paste. Let's play the video game. If we're queuing for Heavensward Alliance raids, I think we shouldn't be on Modwin. I think we should move to Ether, and I'm gonna default to Adamantoise. Because I know Dynamis, I don't know how it is now. I haven't actually been on Dynamis in a little bit, but I know the queues are fine, but they're a bit slower than like one of the more populated data centers, so just makes more sense. Hi Terry Lynn, welcome in. Hi Keo, welcome in you guys. What world am I on right now? Wait, how can I tell what world I'm on? Traveled from Dynamis, Adamantoise. Okay, good, I'm on the right one. Hello? Hello gamers? Hello? Hi guys, how you guys doing? I am also Adamantoise. I am Adamantoise. Join us, we have Laha Bread, Litabusian Kermit Silk, not the Kermit Silk, dude. Siren is better than Adamantoise. I'm not biased, probably. The only reason I went on Adamantoise is because one of the main people that convinced me to play the game was Golsif. Am I muted? Don't fucking troll me. One of the main people that convinced me to play the game was Golsif, and that's just their home server. So I was like, okay, I'll just go there. Did you already finish 5.0? Yes, Keo. We streamed, oh my god, we streamed 10 hours. We streamed 10 hours on Friday, and we just powered it out. Holy shit, I was dead by the end of it. I don't think I turned on my computer the next day. I also had a Christmas party to go to, but I don't think I even went on my computer. I was so physically and emotionally done. I just laid on my couch napping with my cats until it was time for the Christmas party, like literally 30 minutes before I had to leave. Well, since we're here, let's go do our quick little scratches. Oh crap, I can't claim my tickets because I'm not on my homeworld. Shit, I don't know if we won. I don't know if we got big money or not. But yeah, the day after the Saturday, I was so done, but I loved it. It was fantastic. It was so good. I can't remember the last time I was so like invested and moved by a game in like all my gaming life. It was just incredible. Hello, big money, no whammies. Give me the big one. Give me the 10K. Come on, I need a 10K. Oh. No, it's not there. There's no 10K here. Rip, dude. There's nothing good. Let's just go for middle of the row. $80. Woo! Making that money. Making that money. Cursals, have you done the Heavensward Alliance raids? Is it safe for you to be here today? I don't know if the Alliance raids have like story or anything to them. But that's what we're doing at the start of stream. So it's probably safe for you. Maybe? Potentially a 10K? No. What a scam, dude. 129. I'm getting absolutely destroyed today. You think? They do have story. Okay, cool. They do. All raids and Alliance raids have story. Okay, sick. All right, I'm excited. Bro, these tickets are garbage today. Like maybe there's a 3600 here. Okay, thank you. The pity 3600. Thank you. God damn, dude. No 10K. I got did so dirty. 129. In Final Fantasy, everything has a story. 3600, easy clap. Easy money. Ooh. Wait, Jolly. Ooh, hello? Is this a new glam? Yeah, that's definitely not the Crypt Lurkers. Eden mit Gown of Healing. I dig it. Hello? I really like this. This is nice. Well done, well done. What Alliance raid are you doing? Name won't tip me off too much for spoilers. All I know is that we get it from the pillars. So I have to head to the pillars. I don't actually know the name of it. Whoop. Void Ark, there you go. Sky Pirates, yeah. Please don't let it be like, please don't let it be like all the other raids. I would like to do a little bit of content where I don't cry. I mean, I guess we have Hildy for that worst case. If I'm a little too sensitive, if my feelings are too sad. Void Ark is my aesthetic. Love all the gear in there. Okay, I'm gonna actually be looking at the gear then. How would you describe it? Oh, Sky Pirates. That's probably it. I should warp there. How would you describe it if you had to choose like one word or phrase to describe the aesthetic there? Voidish? Oh, okay, I'm gonna be looking at all the glams then. I won't be just passing up all the gear. I can stay and watch stream today. Crystals, I will give you a big warning before because we are gonna do some Shadowbringers role quests later today. And I anticipate I'll probably cry because they're sad. But I will give you a fair warning before we get there. For now, it's safe. For now, it's safe. We do Sky Pirates. Nope, all crying. Not even sure what you're starting. I'll find a way to cry, dude. It's me. Woo. Sky Pirates. Hello. Ah, you have the look of a lad who's seen his fair share of trouble. Oh, you have no clue, sir. You have no clue, sir. Mayhap you be willing to help me with mine. I need a capable sort to head into the Sea of Clouds, track down my missing airship. I had to mortgage my soul to get that vessel built, so winning the contract to ferry supplies out to Cloudtop was a real weight off my mind. It seems my luck ended there. My ship was due back in Ishgard bells ago, and I've been praying for a glimpse of her sails ever since. I can't help fearing the worst. What if she's run afoul of Sky Pirates? My creditors will have their pounds of flesh. You think me foolish to fear piracy so far above the waves? Well, let me tell you that no merchant is safe now that airship production has, if you will excuse the pun, taken off. God damn it. Any scoundrel with a sack of coin and a vague sense of direction can terrorize the skies. Oh yes, this new breed of buccaneers like to paint themselves as dashing explorers, braving the unknown, but the truth of their nature is right there in the name, Sky Pirates. Given half a chance, they'll strip your ship of every last scrap of cargo and cry, "Yar!" as they launch you screaming over the rails. I've heard the stories, Jesus Christ. Becca, hello. I call this raid series, How Badly Will the Gaelic Be Pronounced? No, Rando, oh no. Oh no, am I gonna butcher it all? Oh no, oh no. I thought you did that quest. I stayed up late to be sure I was ready. I didn't actually. Well, I didn't this time. Oops, all crying. I think I still have the tag on. Have you done any Hildy quests? I did. I don't think we finished A Realm Reborn Hildy, did we? We did a little bit of it, but we didn't finish it. I think it would have been obvious if we had finished it, and I don't think it was quite obvious. Last thing we did was a big fight on a bridge, if that makes sense. I'm surprised at how actually like fleshed out it is, like how long it is. I thought the Hildy things was gonna be like fucking an hour of like quests, and then you're like, okay, you did the Hildy stuff, good job. But it's like a whole thing. It's like a whole thing. I did like a quarter of the A Realm Reborn Hill. That's insane. That's insane. Please, you must make haste to Camp Cloudtop. That's where the shipment was bound, and inquires to the fate of my poor ship. Oh, and my poor helmsman. Ask Rontremont. He'll know if any man does. Okay. Camp Cloudtop. Camp Cloudtop. I love Greg. Greg's so good. We might, okay, depending on how the role quests go today and how I'm feeling, because I just want to reiterate, I'm an idiot, and like an hour ago I was watching other people react to 5.0. So I'm in a mood. I'm in a mood. So depending on how emotionally I'm reacting to the Shadowbringers role quests, we might just say fuck it and do Hildy today, and then do the role quests on Thursday. But we'll see. I'm okay. I'm just a little on edge. There's 2 or 3 more trials in A Realm Reborn alone for Hildy. That's, wow. I did not realize how much they put into it. That's seriously incredible. I really thought it was just gonna be a quick little fuck off thing that we did. Now you're one of us, feeding of other people going through MSQ. It was more so, Dion, I was curious because like, and my takeaway that I've seen so far, I think I've seen like 3 or 4 other reactions to it, is I haven't seen someone that got hit by it as hard as me. And I want to see someone get hit by it as hard as I did. And so I'm going like, this is unfair. This person's just choked up. They're not like, They're not like sobbing like I was. So I'm kind of mad. I'm kind of upset. I'm kind of upset because I was like devastated. And all these other people are like they're emotional, of course. You can see it on their face, but they're not like how I was. I can't, Jolly. I can't rewatch my VODs. I cannot. I saw the clip of I don't want to talk too much in detail about it because I don't want to spoil, but I saw a clip of one part and I was like, I can't watch this. I had to close it. I had to close it. It was like me reacting to something and I had to close it. Like a 15-second clip. Oh, my favorite pastime is to take screenshots of Hildy quests with zero context and send it to friends that don't play Final Fantasy XIV. Dude, the facial expressions are otherworldly. They're so good. There's at least Big Keep and Dragon's Neck off the top of my head. Okay, so like 3 more, at least 2, maybe 3 more trials. That's wild. The supply airship has gone missing, you say? Well, that would certainly explain why our provisions are so late in arriving. I did in fact spy a vessel chartering an erratic course northwards a short while ago, but as it seemed disinclined to make port here, I paid it little mind. Not the most compelling piece of evidence, I grant you, but I have witnessed naught else of interest. I suggest you investigate the land masses to the north. Rest assured, I will send word if I spy any other signs of errant supply ships. Hi, Suvu! Suvu, how are you? Suvu, did you fully catch up on the 5.0 ending? Obviously, we're not going to talk spoilers. There are some babies in chat that haven't gotten there yet, but I just want to see if you watched it all and how did you feel? Oh. Find the cargo helmsman? Where? Oh, over there. And baby, yeah, for Cursals, like 2 that I can name off the top of my head is Cursals and Valora that are not yet there, and I don't want to ruin anything for it. Cursals, oh my god, you're gonna love Shadowbringers. That's all I'm gonna say. That is all I'm gonna say. If you loved Heavensward even a little bit, like I know you do, holy shit, Shadowbringers is something else. Watched it all, loved every moment of it. Hell yeah. It's gonna be so hard to edit that. It's gonna be so hard to edit that. I don't know how I'm gonna get through it. You're gonna love it and hate everything and then love it again, exactly. It's just so good. All I can say about it. So much moments I wanted to do the huggies. Trying to figure out whether I want to stream my reactions to the rest of the story, but I don't know. Obviously, emotional vampires, Cursals. I say yes. I say yes, you should. But also, just do what you're more comfortable with. If you're more comfortable going through the story, like, not, because you guys know me by now. I don't care about crying on stream anymore. I used to care about it. Now I don't give a fuck. If I'm feeling an emotion, I'm going to feel the emotion, and you guys are gonna have to deal with it. But for some people, it can be really unpleasant, you know, knowing that there's eyes on them, especially when they're like feeling something, and it might detract from your experience. I would say gauge yourself on how you feel about that, and then go accordingly. But know that people will be there for it, of course, because we're all emotional vampires. Aid! Aid, I say! These villains mean to plunder my cargo! Oi, villain. What have we got here then? Think you're some sort of hero, do you? Ooh, Void Arc. Indeed, Argon. We need a palate cleanser. We need a palate cleanser from 5.0. Hi, Stellar. Welcome back. Well then, you won't mind if me mates here join the fun. Make for a more heroical tale, won't it? The tale of how these 3 sky pirates fed a meddling little shit his own bloody eyes. Okay, I love them already. Even though they're about to kill me, I'm into it. Am I a red mage? Yes, Cursals, it's my favorite job. I love it so much. Who? What the? Oh gods, I know that ship, it's... Whomst? Am I supposed to know this person? So you're the Scrags would have been dragging our good name through the mud. Not yet. Girl Kisser, I love your name. Hello. Welcome in. You're Red Bill Leofard. We ain't done naught to you or yours. What do you want with us? He has the scarf that I'm here for. Okay, I have to... Some of you guys know the only reason I'm doing these raids is because I want that scarf. I want that scarf so bad. I think I made me position pretty clear. You take on the mantle of Sky Pirate, you agree to a certain code of conduct. And codes ain't worth much if folk go around breaking them. Frankly, lads, you're making us look bad, and we can't have that. No hard feelings, though, eh? Glam is endgame. I got my priorities in. Oh. Hello? Hello, sailor! Sorry, I'm looking respectfully. Oh, thank you, Mr. Leofard. Thank you. I'm certain my master will wish to repay you. If your employer does business in Ishgard, he likely knows a merchant or two what trades with me associates. Tell him to say it's for Leofard, and any reward should reach me soon enough. For his neutral special, he wields a gun. As for you, adventurer, tain't often someone beats me to the scene, but then I'd expect not less from a hero such as yourself. Sir? That is who you are, ain't it? I don't know too many other folk with one of them marvelous mana cutters the Ironworks dreamed of. Well then, it seems you've saved me the trouble of tracking you down. I'd been hoping to have a word with you, you see. I'll put it to you straight. I need someone to help out with a little venture I have in mind. Someone used to taking a few risks. Now, this wouldn't be no black-hearted brigand's work, so don't go worrying yourself on that account. Unlike them thieving curs just now, I don't hold with robbing honest folk. That derpy little expression, so cute. Dude, I love being a Lala. There's still a small part of me that wants to be a bun boy, but I know I would miss being a Lala, and I would probably end up Fantasiaing back after a short time. Jolly, you've been listening to a lot of Hamilton lately? There must have been something on the wind, because at the Christmas party, I got drunk enough to sing. I got drunk enough to sing karaoke, and I sang Satisfied, because I love that song from Hamilton. Such a good song. For me, you see, the Sky Pirate's life is all about freedom. The freedom to go where you will, to find out what lies beyond the next cloud. If you're interested in joining us on an adventure worthy of the name, then look for me standard in the northern reaches of the Blue Window. Someone will be waiting there to greet you. Bunui boy, it's so tempting, Stellar. It's so tempting. I have him designed. He's sitting there in my, what do you call it? Not drafts, that's not the right word. In my like saved creations. And I want it. I could just make an alt, but that's not the same. It's not the same. Ray, thank you so much for the lurk. Locate the Red Bills standard. Oh, it's quite far, ain't it? Your main is Elizin, but you adore your Bunny Boy alt. Having Christmas party tomorrow and hope it's a little bit fun. Thankfully Thursday's a free day. Well, if they have karaoke. It's funny because like when they brought out the karaoke machine, nobody was like interested. And then two people went up to sing a song. And do you know what song they chose for the first like karaoke song of the night? Tequila. And then from there, it was just like floodgates open. And then everyone was getting up and singing. No karaoke with these folks. Bummer. Bummer, bummer. Hi, Key. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see ya. Stacia. Hello, Stacia. My camera angle feels very high right now. That's far enough, stranger. If you value your life, tell me true. Did you stumble across this marker by chance? Or are you here by invitation? Yes. Then that would make you the hero the captain said to watch out for. Well met. Name's Stacia. Leofard would call me his right-hand woman, but I feel more like his bloody nursemaid, God's truth be told. Anyway, my thanks to you for coming to hear him out. If you follow me, I'll take you to the Red Bill's nest. You're a Lala, everything feels high. So true. Look at that fancy mana cutter we're on. Been reading some pieces of the Encyclopedia Eorzea, learning some not so fun Okay, I was in a call with Vel, and Vel is in post Heavensward, like early post Heavensward, and Vel's just like, what the fuck? Like during while she was going through it, she just goes, what the fuck? Why does everyone have a tragic backstory? And I was like, welcome to Final Fantasy. This is just how it be. Everyone's backstory is like the most depressing shit you've ever heard. They were a trading post! They trade in sadness, Vel. They trade in sadness. I come to you in person, and still you refuse my offer? Arrogant fool. God, I love that scarf. I need that. On the subject of arrogance, Radlia, I bow to your superior knowledge, but that's all the bowing you'll get from me. As I've told you a dozen times before, I ain't no one's lackey. Mother? Sorry. I'm sorry. But my dear Leoford, how else do you propose to survive an expedition into the ghost ship? I would fear for my life with naught but your feeble crewmates at my back. Booba, I'm looking respectfully. While I'd fear for me life with your mangy crew at my back, on account of them being murderous, untrustworthy bastards to a man. Daryl Hannah in Kill Bill! You're 100% right, Terry Lynn. Huh. I thought you cleverer than this, Red Bill. But no matter. I always get what I want in the end. 'Tis merely a question of method. Hello. Now there's a face I've not seen before. You don't have the look of one of Leoford's little birds. He's a guest. You understand the concept, don't you? You know, when someone is invited instead of just bursting through the door whenever she damn well pleases. Dude, I'm living for all this sass. I am living for all this sass. This questline is full of hotness. I'm having a struggle, Serena. I'm having a panic. Feels like ages since I've seen this cutscene. It's probably nostalgic for you, Crystals. I would like to be stepped on respectfully, and then she can step on me disrespectfully as well. I never noticed they put some good work into the special animations. You can thank, shit, who was it? You can thank Hildy. Hildy was the experimental questlines, right? That they fucked around with a lot of animations for. That was Radlia, captain of the Talons. She knows Leoford's the best sky pirate alive. The fact he won't join her sticks her in her craw. Get fucked. Are you gonna let them talk to you like that, Captain? We should teach them Red Bill some respect. Patience. When all of this is over, we shall see who rules the skies. All I can hear is the Kill Bill, like whistling through the hospital hallway. That's all I can hear when I look at her now. Hello, fancy painting of a pretty girl. Ho there, hero. I promised you high adventure, and high adventure you shall have, for we plan to board the Sea of Cloud's very own ghost ship. Spooky. That whistling song is called Twisted Nerve, if I remember correctly. Damn, is that not fitting of a name for it? Traveler, travel to Ether to run this with you if there is room. There absolutely is. We haven't even started forming the party, I don't think. Or what folk have taken to calling one, anyway. Every day for the past few weeks has brought with it a new sighting of the self-same vessel, a massive airship of queer design. Hello, queer design? Adrift on the wind. Being a curious lot, there were a few buccaneers who tried exploring below decks, but not one of them's been seen since, and so, naturally, they're saying the ship is cursed. Well, haunted. Like I said, an honest-to-God's ghost ship. My guess is she's another relic left behind by the Alligans, but we won't know for sure till we've had ourselves a good poke around inside and liberated one of her ancient treasures she's got moldering away in her hold, of course. So fun fact, Kane Senna is adept at Moogle dances, which is very funny. Dude, why have they never given us this? Why have they never given us it? I need it. But before we start dividing up the spoils, we've got to find the damn thing, which is why we've been working on a special new device. Bah, finding her will be the easy part. What we can't do without is a veteran explorer what ain't afraid to fling himself face first into the jaws of danger. It is me. Hello, I am that bitch. Well, I want to poke around in Leoford's, you know I'm gonna be. We're looking respectfully today, okay? At a lot of the NPCs in this quest line. Now I know you're a gallant champion of the people and all, but strip away the fame and the glory and I'll wager you're still an adventurer at heart. So what say you, sir? Fancy a plunge into the unknown at the side of the Red Bills? Yes, 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 yes please. Then it's settled. Let's pay a visit to our crewmate, Utata. She's been working on a way to track the vessel. He's welcome to poke around my hold respectfully. Oh, I love you guys. Do you see above heads up about the dungeon? Oh, whoa. Terra, stop. Have you done the Lost City of Amdapor dungeon yet? Let's check my log. That sounds so familiar. Maybe not. Possibly not. Should we run that first? Do. There's like 5-ish Amdapor dungeons. Thank you for head pets. Oh, I need Vel. I need Vel invite as well. Velo in a cutscene, are we? Well, there's your invite anyways. Oh, player's watching a cutscene. Thank you for hugs. Thank you for hugs, Cubone boy. I appreciate you. Talking to the Reaper lady. Oh, Vel! You should play Reaper through these. You should play Reaper through these. It's not that hard. It's pretty doable. It's a pretty simple class. This specific one ties directly into the raid story. Okay. I'm down for that. We'll get a quick little party size together for the dungeon. We'll do that, and then we'll do these. But won't it be too low? Pepe laugh. Pepe, she doesn't know, chat. She doesn't know. Reaper starts at 70. Well, it's great. It's great. Oh. Greetings, the name's Utada. I suppose you'd call me the Red Bill's Chief of Engineering. Smithing, carpentry, magitech. It's part of an airship. I can fix it. Just don't expect to see me waving a cutlass and swinging over the rails. If there's fighting to be done, well, that's what we have you for. All right. Where do I get this Amdapor? Where do I do the Amdapor? Which one? Which one is important for this? I want all the lore, the deepest of lore. Lolorito also apparently has a passion for food, and if playfully referred to as Chef's Bane. Ugh. Man, I don't remember where I left off feeling about Lolorito. I think I tolerated him at some point, but mostly it's just burning hatred. South Shroud? It's ARR? Maybe I have done it. Amdapor. No, I haven't. What the fuck? South Shroud. Do. South Shroud. Lost City of Amdapor is level 50k. One night in Amdapor is the quest. K. Sky Pirates! Indeed, Veller. We're missing a bit of lore though, so we're going back to do an Amdapor dungeon. Leaves. Oh shoot, where does the quest start? It's in Gridania, thank you. Gridania. How do I warp? How do I play this game? I take like 3 days off and I don't know how to play anymore. One night in Amdapor, Shadows of Mach. Time for a new person to play Battle Concentration. Hey? Battle Concentration? Seeking Solace, The House That Death Built, A Sight to Behold. Damn, I wish you could see the quest without going over to the other side. Need new invite? Okay, I got you, Val. I got you. So you want to be a leather worker? Not currently, I don't. One night in Amdapor! I found it. It's by the Conjurers Guild. Vel, if you haven't unlocked this quest, come grab it in Gridania. Do. There is 3 of them, but this one connects to the Void Ark. Okay, I'm only really concerned about this one then, if it connects directly to the Void Ark. I just want my lore-friendly dungeons. One night in Amdapor. It is well that you are here, sir. Some burdens are too heavy to bear even for those so favored to abide. Know that you were chosen as much for your true heart as your skill. I speak to you in the name of the 3 Seed Seers. The eldest, Kane Senna, you will have already know as the guardian of our fair land. 2 siblings has she. It is the younger of this, Arun Senna, who hears the voice of the elementals with greatest clarity, and what he has heard lately is troubling indeed. These dark stirrings we have traced to the lost city of Amdapur in the South Shroud. The city once throve in the fullness of magic during the 5th astral era, but it was sealed in the wake of its own demise. Alas, the Twelveswood has been out of balance since the calamity. So riotous has its aspect become that the seal was severely weakened. When this happened, the forest surrounding the city began to wither and die. We would enjoin you to investigate the cause. Okay. Now I must confess that this is a task for the Twin Adder, normally, but we do not live in normal times, sir. The company is spread thin, and you are stout with success. Will you not assist? Go now to Caesar Rhea Osena at Camp Tranquil. Listen well to what she has to say of her brother's divination. Okay. Camp Tranquil? Do 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 do. You have it? You grabbed it last night? Look at you, Vel. Scholar quests also help with this lore. Shit. There's lores to be found in Amdapur about Shadowbringers too? No way. I can't believe how interconnected everything is. They do a very, very, very good job of continuity in this game. Like, it's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Hello, Raya. Raya, oh, cool. Arun, bit of a dick. Got it. Ah, hear about that cursed pile of rocks they call the Lost City of Amdapur? I am Raya Osena, sister of the Elder Seedseer. Brother Isumiyan hasn't told you much, has he? Discretion is the better part of his valor. Well, aside from Amdapur Keep, the city is all that remains of an advanced magical civilization from the 5th astral era. No records survive of how the city met its end, but the elementals tell us all was undone by what the Great One calls an unclean presence. I fear what my brother senses is this very thing, its satedness drained away after so many centuries, if it hungers for another city to slake its thirst on. I'll take it from here, sister. Bit of a dick. There you are, brother. Why must you dawdle so and leave the tedious explanations to me? Now convey all you've felt to this artful adventurer. My sister paints me as a bumbling rustic, but I assure you, I'm nothing of the sort. I'm simply attuned to something greater, which brings us to that darkness stirring within Amdapur behind the barrier. Something is kindled there, and daily it grows, and how distrait the elementals are. I've not seen the like of it. They show me what feels like awakening and nightmares. I fear this calls for a more prosaic sensing than that of my rare gift. Some disaster slouches towards us. Might you discover the source of these dark visions and nip it in the bud? You are our best hope, sir. Surely you can find the will to journey to Amdapur. You shall find a wood whaler by the name of Alphine keeping vigil at the barrier. Okay. And don't worry about returning here to tell us of your findings. The elementals will doubtless keep us appraised. But enough talk. Good luck, sir. The world building in this game is amazeballs. It's truly staggering. Eh. Do 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 do. Oh, jolly, yeah. Bloated cat, stop. Stop. It's cute, Val. Don't call it a bloated cat. Seedseers have sent word of your coming. You're bold indeed to willingly glimpse into the darkness. The lost city festers more and more by the day. They say you're to Lance the Boil, eh? Beyond this gate lies a land out of balance, its earth aspect sapped by the calamity. You had best be prepared before proceeding further. Rotten wrong, that's what you'll see. Creatures run mad, tormented by hooks, burrs that clutch and burrow. Well, good luck with that. No doubt you'll prevail. Being favored of the Seedseers and all, fight well. Okay. Should I buy the Papa Paisa mount? All proceeds go to... I'll go to support as many children. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That doesn't sound right. Okay. Amdapur. Amdapur? Was it called something else? Oh no, I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'm scrolling right past it, aren't I? Help! What's it called? In the description, he works as a mount for... I'm hovering it. Bye guys, bye. I'll see you Thursday. There's no fucking way. There's no way I stopped over it. All right, we're going. Everyone ready? Holy shit, dude. Why am I like this? This is why I like when Ray just takes over and organizes the party for me. I haven't thanked them enough, by the way. Especially end of 5.0 where they were just organizing party size and minimum item level and all that shit while I was just like going through the story. It was perfect. Ray's a blessing. This is beautiful. And kind of rotten, but beautiful. Val, what is your little bard glam? Is Dusty. This is so cute. What is this? Oh, it's Bard Artifact. That's so cute. Sad I couldn't be there for 5.0. I'm def gonna be there for 6.0, Prage. And apparently 5.3, as everyone's been hyping up. 5.3 is supposed to be crazy. Nah, 5.3 isn't a big deal. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It ain't no thing. Okay, the music here is fantastic. Okay, the music here is fantastic. I'm such a sucker for like solitary piano. I'm a simple man, all right? I'm a simple man with simple tastes. And if it's depressed sounding piano, oh, my heart. No, Void Ark does not make me do this dungeon, but they were talking about how they're, it's very connected. So they're like, you might as well do it. And I'm like, hell yeah, let's do it. It's got that nice creepy melancholy, precisely. It's not required, but it should be. You will weep for innocence lost when you do 5.3. Oh no, I'm so scared. The one thing, again, we're not gonna like talk in detail about anything that we experience because we want to protect our non-spoilered. But the one thing is just like when I finish 5.0, I'm like, how does it get better than this? And everyone's like, just wait, just wait. You don't even know, you sweet summer child. Oh, I don't have my Moulinet. That's unfortunate. Ooh, ew. Oh no, it's like a rotten Gubu. Decaying gourmand. Ew, his stomach rotted first. He's disgusting. He's held on by a flap. Blech. He's gross. He's a nasty. And it marked its prey. Rest in peace, Valora. Oh my, what, Vel? You're in its mouth. Ew. Disgusting. You got Vord. You got Vord, Vel. Disgusting. Oop, I can't see. Uh-oh. Jolly's turn. He also has a very useful blue spell that will one-shot you if you try to solo it. Is it the Vor move? Don't tell me you learned the Vor move. Ew. Ugh. Goobos are usually kind of cute. That one, not even slightly. Not even slightly cute. Okay, I won't tell you the truth. Oh no. You in fact learned the Vor move. No, I hate it. No, I hate it. Remember when I said I wanted to do blue content? Maybe not. Maybe I don't. Oh no, this loot's gonna end up in my inventory. I don't want it. I don't want it. Do, 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 do. Did V always do this? I pressed it by accident and it flipped my... Interesting. How am I don't know how many hours I am into this game and I just learned that V flips your camera. Bro, I'm dying. I swear I learn something new every fucking day in this game. Fortunately, you don't have to witness the Vor upon using the spell. And yes, V always did that. Wild. Wild, dude. Realizing Terra has never hit the V button before. I've never have. I don't even know how I pressed it by accident there. I must have fat fingered it somehow. Ooh. I don't want to be over here. I'm gonna go over here. Well, you started playing 14 on September 6th. So it took you 2 months to figure it out. Technically, I played even before then, too, random. Way back when I streamed A Realm Reborn. In eons past. Then Endwalker came out and I couldn't deal with the queues. So, has Terra recovered from 5.0 10-hour stream? Buller, it took me a full day. It took me a full day. I think I slept for 10 hours. Woke up, ate breakfast, and then slept for 3 more hours on the couch with my cats. And then I was like, okay, Christmas party time. And then I got up and went to a Christmas party. It was a whole ordeal. There's a little moth over there. Should you die? I feel like you should die. Help, I'm being targeted. Eerie Soundwave. I did not know either, but I use a controller, so I have an excuse. Dude, I can't get over how good the controller, like, control scheme looks on Final Fantasy XIV. Whenever I see somebody using it, it looks like so intuitive. Genuinely impressed by it, because I could never, ever, ever in a million years picture playing an MMO with a controller. And yet, there's like savage raiders out there that do it, like very well. They're not even like barely scraping by, like they're doing very well with their controller. The only way to gain aggro from the boss is to get covered in the stank that comes from killing the ad up close. Oh, oopsies. So I did just that then, didn't I? Whoopsies. It's all muscle memory. That must make learning a new class a headache. Because you have to like build back up that muscle memory, right? On a new class. Oh no, I'm parallelogrammed. 30 seconds of it. Ouch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ow. I hurt. People have cleared Savage using a Steam Deck. Okay, that sounds unhinged. That sounds ridiculous. That seems like a do it because you can, not because you should kind of thing. But I mean, to each their own, I reckon. You keep your controls similar between classes. Basic rotation, DPS is always like R2/face buttons. Okay. Oops. And like, a lot of them have very similar like DPS cooldowns and sorry, I'm having trouble talking right now. DPS cooldowns and like defensive cooldowns. So I guess it's not that hard to learn another class, realistically speaking. I saw someone click their way through mine 04S as a solo healer. It's not because it's easy, it's but because they were skilled. Wait, like they didn't use hotkeys? They clicked, like they clicked their way through. That's skill. That's talent. Hello? Hello? They were a clicker, yes. Ooh. One thing that I could never get over is it's my toxic WoW personality coming out from yesteryear of like making fun of people who click their bars. Whoa. There will be special doors. I will mark them. They have to be opened at certain times. This is a memory game. Oh God. Okay, so they're marked, but why? But why though? Oh, are we doing the thing? Are we okay? What's happening here? I have no idea what just happened. Perfect? Okay. I have no idea. Has he cried for 7 years? No, we've been good. We've been good, Mac. Too late, gotta open the second door sooner. Ah, hi Frey, welcome in. And don't be near the balls, Kay. I like being near the Sus. This is why people ignore them and just heal the damage, because what the fuck happened? It's a mix of keyboard, clicking and keyboard mouse buttons. That the person did, or you mean in general for yourself? I don't think I click anything other than like buffs. Do we win? Did we do it? I think we did it. I see. It's to dodge the... It's to dodge the big AoE, but... okay. I am Confucian. Holy Jesus! You saved my bum hole. I almost died. We did it! I like being near the balls respectfully? Yes. Pray, how are you? How you doing, bestie? How you feeling? Hi, Sweetling, welcome in. Concentration is the card matching memory games. Hence, this is battle concentration. I don't like it. I don't like it. My brain has holes in it. I cannot. How do these pants look? Not on a, oh my God, they have ass spots. Bro, they literally have all right, you degens, here's some armor for you. If you're a pugilist, rogue, monk, ninja, Sam. Not for Halala, not for Halala, but for the other degens out there. I was literally the TikTok, what happened? What happened? This dungeon didn't scale well with the game mechanics wise. That was confusing. To avoid the big debuff mechanic, you must go through the doors that share the same symbols on the door just before it goes off. I see. I see, I see. Lalas don't take Subligar well. Hasn't stopped him from trying. All right, let's get back to the Sea of Clouds and do the raid. Oh, wait. Yeah. There was no turn in for the quest. That was it. Where is the Sea of Clouds again? Ishgard and surrounding? Yes. I think Okezundu is closer. I work right now, but popping in to say hi. Hi, Lenny. I hope work's going real good. Also, hi, Sweetling. Sperm with wings? Sweetling? Sweetling? Get your mind out of the gutter, bestie. Get your mind out of there. Even though everyone else's mind is there. Bioluminescent sperm with wings. Yes. It is called Final Fantasy mob design. And Pray, you're okay? Being obsessed with chiropractic videos and needle cracking so bad? How is K? Does that actually help? I always heard that chiropractics were like kind of a scam in that it's more of a band-aid solution and it forces you to need going back to them. Like they only crack you enough to like temporarily relieve you and then you have to keep going back. I thought that was the whole shtick. But I've never needed to go and I've never been, so I cannot speak. That's just what I've heard. Chiro helps? Hey, if it helps, I won't knock it. Husband goes to one regularly. It does seem to only be temporary. Well, they got to make their business somehow, right? Had a rib out of place and Chiro fixed it. Then there you go. In today's ridiculousness, I ate a granola bar. I thought you said grandpa bar. A granola bar, and your filling came out! Mac, this year, Bestie, has not been your year. It's been doing you so dirty. It's been doing you so dirty. It's okay. We only got like half a month or like 3/4 of a month left. And then we got 2023. We got a fresh slate. Everything will be fine. Everything will be good. No, your bones go out of place on their own. Depends on how you move. So theoretically, a chiropractic visit could fix your problem and be fine. But your shitty body keeps misplacing your joints, is what I understand. That'll teach you to eat grandpa bars. I loathe it here. Depends on what the problem is, if Chiro is temporary fix or not. Got you. Bless me for being 31 years old and not having to go to a chiropractor in my life. Bless me. Now that I've said that, boom, I'm gonna misplace all my joints. Most chiropractic practices are pseudoscience. However, real world applications do seem to show improvements in some. So, not the worst thing ever. That's what happened to me, shitty body and all. At least I have a video editor that works. I mean, I use Vegas. Vegas is okay. It's not the greatest, but it's okay. Some weeks my hips are great. Some weeks my sacrum is twisted left or right for some reason. Depends on what you do. Sweetling, not like this. Your poor joints, dude. Your chiropractor should give you tips on stretches that help. Oh, it's user error. It is user error. I know y'all dumbasses ain't out there doing your stretches. Chiropractic probably says, don't do this. Don't sit like a goblin at your computer for 3 hours, more like 8 hours a day. And also do some stretches. And y'all be like, nah, I'll just come back in a month and get it fixed again. It's user error. It's not the chiropractic's faults. Heavensward raids, yes, Linny. We need palate cleanser from 5.0. You do not need to call my goblin self out like this. Yes, I do. You need to hear it, okay? Chalkboard tangent, Valora, get out. Do not make fun of me. Well met, ladies and gentle pirates. Now that we appear to have our hero, I'm happy to report that we've overcome the last obstacle to boarding the ghost ship. Meaning your project is proceeding as planned. That is it, Captain. I knew this would be the perfect place to take readings. The scant amounts of background ether make it easy to follow the derelict's trail. The ghost ship was what Utada tells us is a unique etheric signature. She's been building a device that can sniff out this particular spectral flavor and point us in the right direction. Why flavor? I don't like that word. I call it the ecto compass. It's allowed me to collect some solid data on the vessel's movements and plot a reliable intercept course. No groping blindly through the clouds for us. All the ships are loaded and ready to fly. Just say the word, Captain. Utada, you'd best stay here, out of harm's way. Keep an eye on them ether trails, eh? Aye, Captain. Grab an armload of treasure for me. Now, we've got no way of knowing what's for us on that cursed hulk, sir. So you'd best bring along a few mates. That's you guys. Anyone who's available. Gather around. Adamantoy's Ether is the server we're on right now. A few mates that you can trust. Don't hurt to be too careful, seeing as how you'll be going in first and all. I did tell you you'd be going in first, didn't I? Well, you will. The rest of us will be guarding the rear, just in case Radlia and her brood decide to stick their beaks in where they ain't wanted. Don't worry, she'll not get past us, so you can concentrate on carving a path into the ship's belly. Oi, oi. Go to the edge to look to the northwest? Bet, I will. Do. However, some chiropractors won't give you those tips to keep you coming back more regularly. Shitty ones, pray. Shitty ones. Stretching, walking exercises, heat and cold therapy, proper posture, etc. Yeah, none of that. None of that's happening. I will sit like a shrimp if I want. Same though. I say it because I do it too. Haven't had niche software. I was looking for that didn't have an open source solution in years. Wait, which one, Mac? Which one are you using? I think I missed it. Sorry, I can't pay for good software like Vegas. So what are you actually using then, Mac? I think I missed it in chat. An honest to God's ghost ship. Oh, this is gonna be an adventure and a half. An adventure for me. The Void Arc, now accessible. In an age when the miracle of airships has become commonplace, the heavens have seen the rise of a new breed of fortune hunter, the Sky Pirate. These airborne buccaneers sail the endless sea of clouds in search of hidden lands to explore and forgotten treasures to plunder. At the behest of one such band of Sky Pirates, you've joined an expedition set on boarding the ominous ghost ship of recent rumor. Will you return triumphant with Leofard and his Red Bills, arm laden with the spoils of ancient trove, or will you fail to the perils of the haunted vessel, as has every would-be looter Dude, aesthetically, this is gonna be so cool. Are you kidding me? Logging in what class is needed? I think basically everything. You can play whatever you want. Because this is 24-man, isn't it? So we'll be like a drop in the pond, no matter how many people we get together. Shrimp goblins. Terry, did you see Pamic today? She emo AF? I think I saw it on Twitter, Sweetling. Didn't Pamic dye her hair black? Kind of living for it. Guys, I want to dye my hair soon. Look how faded it is. Should I go purple or blue? I think I'm gonna go blue. Maybe I'll go purple next time. I just love the blue so much. Heading over. Alright, see you in a sec. Can only queue as 8-man, or else you need to pre-form 24. Okay, we'll do 8. Orange, I am never touching any shade of red ever again. We need 1 tank, 2 healers, 5 DPS. Okay. Learning Stola has a large collection of shoes. God, I love Stola. She's so good. Blue roots, purple tips. I am not advanced enough for that, Sweetling. Bum bum. Tried Coral video and failed. You switch. Oh, Da Vinci Resolve? I've heard Da Vinci Resolve. Like, I've heard good things. I've heard good things about Da Vinci. Sign you up for tank? Aight. Roll your bum over here. You look good with green, but blue will look neat. Ready to lend a hand? Come here, you. We don't know Stola's real age. We only know what she tells us. How old would Stola be? If I'm guessing, what's the average lifespan of a Miko? Like a Mikote. What's the average lifespan? 32, same as Thancred. Honestly, it would check out. She feels like on the older side of things. I wouldn't be shocked to find out if she was closer to 40. Kuiper, hello. Stola's age is fun. You guys have fun. I'll catch up on the VOD later after I get home from work. Linny, love you. Hope your day is great. I hope it's a good, smooth, easy work day. It's implied she tells people much younger than she really is. I love her so much. Doesn't she tell us an age that's younger than her younger sister's age? I love her. Hi. Hi, Valer. How you doing? Come here, you. God, I love that you guys are doing all these Christmas glams. These are so cute. Look at your pants! What pants are those? Starlight tights? Stop, those are adorable. The little snowflakes, are you kidding? No, that's so cute. We need healers? I can also run Sage. I'm not too worried about it. If no one else is comfy healing, I'll wing it. In queue for Adamantoise now? Okay, I think we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 2 more. So Izagi can get a spot, and who else is coming? Is anyone actively jumping over? In the Sky Pirate outfit, let's go. I feel like the Red Mage outfit is fitting. Also, guys, I can't bring myself to clean my face. Like, I know I'm supposed to be like Street Urchin, and it's fitting, but even in the Red Mage outfit, I can't bring myself to clean it now. I think because of everything in 5.0, I can't. I'm just gonna be dirty face Lala forever. I haven't touched Red Mage in a while either. It's so fun. I've seen things. Yeah. Corsair Terra. Hiya. Izagi is here. All right, we got 1 slot. We got 1 slot for anyone who wants it. Also, I bought some of the Crypt Lurker gear for healers. It was, yeah, I'm not about it. I'm not about the Crypt Lurker gear because the armor that Yumi gave me was already item level 515 and Crypt Lurker stuff is 530. I was like, I might as well gear up one of my other classes then. But it's, I don't like it. It's not my aesthetic. It's just robes. Just gray robes and a helmet that you can't even toggle. It's not good. Do I have time to grab a drink? I think so. The hood is cool. I don't like it because it hides your face. What pants are those? I like any pants that are short. Ah, it's for monks. Those are nice. I like it. You know, I didn't even think about dyeing it. Kyo, I didn't even think about dyeing it. That's my fault. What's that top? Let's see. Pixie Cotton Acton of Striking. So this is something from Shadowbringers. Pixie Cotton. Level 74. Or Weaver? Repair level, quick repairs, material melding. This is crafted, isn't it? Because it's high quality. Apparently Graha has a beautiful singing voice. Graha has a beautiful voice, period. Period. I'm looking respectfully. I'm looking respectfully at Catboy. I'm petting respectfully the Catboy. Boom, boom, boom. Vel, what is this robe you're wearing? This is so cute. Oh, this is Shire gear. Wait, it looks so cute on you. It did not look cute on me. Or maybe I just didn't like it on me. Oh, the nutkin. Terra, stop lying. Okay, I'm looking disrespectfully. You got it via MSQ? This coat? Bum, bum, bum. But a new character. Apparently Leofard has a great dislike for his greens. I mean, he is a pirate. He is a pirate. Checks out. Wait, is this a full party? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, we have one more. We have room for one more if anyone wants. If not, we'll queue up in like a minute. I think we can invite this other person here. Oh, Ike! Oh, Ike, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, bestie. Here's the problem. Get on my fucking friends list. I didn't even see you. I thought you were already part of our party, Ike. I didn't see your orange name. There you go. Now we're better. Now we're better, Ike. You were blending in with all the blue names. Okay, let's go. Void Arc. I'm so excited for this. Let's go, gamers. I feel like this is gonna be, like, just looking at this little tiny thumbnail, I feel like this is gonna be aesthetically so fucking cool, and I'm very excited. I'm ready like a Five Nights at Freddy's. I forgot about the cookie emote. Guys, 6 more days until they start the Crimbus. Until they start the Crimbus content. And then the Crimbus content with the itinerant Moogle tombstones are gonna be live until, what did I read? Golsif posted it. Was it live until 6.4? I think they said. So we're gonna have a lot of time to collect those. Hopefully the queue isn't normal for Alliance raids. Oh, until 6.3. Can get tomes till 6.3. Nice. Jonathan is gay IRL, is a main character in Bridgerton. I heard he got cast as Fiyero in the finally happening Wicked movie. I'm gonna go look respectfully. Hang on. Until the servers go down for 6.3 maintenance. Do we have a time frame on that? Wait. Oh. He's so cute. I'm blushing. Hello? How is he allowed to be this cute? Look at this man's. Stop. He's so cute. That's illegal. That is illegal. He's gay, people leave. And he's gay. You should Google him singing. Stop. My heart. I'm already enamored. I can't fall more in love. Be able to get what you want in time. Even Jonathan Bailey. Even Jonathan Bailey. Woo! He's ready. Because that's what I want right now. Spess won't mind. Spess will... Good thing Spess is still at work. Nobody tell Spess I said anything, okay? He's gonna be mad at me. Thankfully, somebody in our party chat said that was quick for an Alliance raid, but we have a party of 8, so that's like one full party right there. Ooh! What is this axe? Ah, Pyros! This is Eureka! God, I need to do more Eureka. Guys, can we do some Eureka on stream at some point? I want to finish my relic. for Red Mage. I spent like 30 minutes per raid trying to solo queue the other raids. Oof. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Ooh, this is sick. Dude, this is so cool. And it's purple? One of the best colors? One of the best colors that there are? Hello, gamers. Wait, that's our party. I meant to Alliance raid. Hello, gamers. There we go. Suddenly, Manta Ray. It's not even angry at us. It's just vibing. This is cool. Purple, one of the colors of all time. So good. Ah! Also, why all the Void from different games have purple in it? Because it's one of the colors of all time. It's so consistently that way though, isn't it? Void always hints of purple. Dude, this is so cool. This is so cool. Void from League of Legends, all purple. Void from Final Fantasy. I can't remember what other games have done Void, but it's always like these shades of purple. Whoops! We got sucked in the vent. And how many raids are there? Is it like Crystal Tower? There's 3 of them? Because if they maintain this aesthetic, as we like, I am assuming, get further in, it's gonna be so cool. I'm gonna be nerding out. It's gonna be so cool. There's 3. Okay, hell yeah. This Manta Ray is being a little bit inconsiderate to this poor ship. It's kind of fucking it up a little. Oh, it's the boss. That might be why. Oops, is our rule command broken? We might have broke that at some point.
You are my super grateful for this community less than 3.
Lav, I'm grateful for you. How are you? Lav, I love you. Thank you so much for the 17 months. Wanted to reread. We might have broke them. We might have broke the rules command. I know we were messing with a lot of things the other day. Those bubbles don't look nice. Are they nice? No, people are avoiding the bubbles. Oh, it needs moderator approval. It needs moderator approval. There it is. Thank you, Lav. Somebody's marked with something unfriendly. Good luck, little Lala. Oh, are they being chased by the boss? Good luck, little Lala. Run for your life. Oh boy, get me in. This is chaos. Yeah, this is chaos and I love it. I think it's really cool that some people got sucked into the center and then other people were still outside to kill the other bubbles. Oops, I think I just got myself laser beamed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. All right, I'm gonna be looking at all the aesthetics here. Gladiator Void Helmet. Ooh, give me that. Ooh, give me that. I hope I win it. I'm not in love with the boots. They probably look better on other races. I also don't play ninja. Whew. Do. Wait, are we splitting up? I will go this way with my friends. Woo! That's a big marble. I feel like we need to stand on this. The Void's taint? I'm sorry, what? The Void's taint begins slowly seeping into your soul. Okay. Okay. Alright. There are crafted, dyeable versions of some of these armors, like that helmet that we saw. Taint misbehaving. Who made you guys this way? Terra, stop avoiding. I'm sorry. Look at the little purple coffin. What do you think is so special about that one? Oh, ew. Can I make a quick observation? For those of you that have played the game, this ship is giving slightly Scorn. Like Scorn aesthetic, the video game. Ugh. That whole game was nasty. But this is like a prettier version of the nastiness that is Scorn. Do you know that you could sleep in a coffin? Like in your house? There's a reason for that. Don't tell me that the Void arc is also like Geiger inspired. Because there's some like fleshy looking things going on here. Sawtooth? I can't tell if their health pools are tied to each other. No, they're not. Okay. They have two separate health pools. Ooh. Wait. Did those people just get Thanos snapped? Where did they go? Some people vanished. Oh! Fuller, welcome back. Ew, what is on you? What happened to you? You've got like growths coming out. Oh, you went to the brain slug planet. Now you got a brain slug. Oh shit, it's invulnerable. Oh shit! I'ma die. I didn't die. They heal one another with their health. I see. So damaging one does basically damage the other. I was typing. Hey, I'm glad it happened to you, so I got to see it. Ooh, no thank you. No brain slugs for me. Oh. Well, somebody's gonna pop out with brain slugs in a second. Oh, I dual casted Jolt. Feels bad, man. Oh, one down. Cool. Oh no, I shouldn't have looked at its back. Ew. Oh, it's got like barnacles. Void arc breaches? Oh, these are actually kind of nice. I feel bad needing it though, because I don't actually need it. I'm just gonna greet it. For who? Lancer Reaper? I like the belts. I like the belts. We're gonna grade that as well. I feel like, hey, you want edgy glams? Do Void Arc. Oh, would you look at that? Hey, I remember you. Or someone very similar to you. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. We're Alliance B. I'm assuming we get the second hound. Blackguard. This music is so dramatic. Kaj, hello! Kaj, welcome back. How are you? Wait, was that not a boss? That was just like a little mini... Huh? Terra, nobody runs Alliance raids for gear upgrades. It's all for glam. Also, your group is... I literally have the memory of a gnat, though. I forgot that we're preformed. Did I cry it today? Sort of. But also, it was from my own doing, Kaj. I was watching other people react to 5.0. And I'm an idiot. And I'm an idiot. Streamer brain is real. The streamer brain rot is especially real. Hang on. I just need to take a second to look around. Jesus, that's so cool. Dun, 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 dun. There's raised platforms. Did I just get puked on? Ew. Hang on, all my friends are on that raised platform over there. I want to be with them. My friends! I want to be with you guys. I'm here. Purple tunnels of fun? I really dig the aesthetic. Flailing tentacles, what does that mean? People are moving. Oh. I almost walked directly into it. That wasn't much of a flail as it was a slam. My minions shall infest your world. Don't be gross. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that's what the raised platforms were for? It wasn't for standing on? I thought it was for standing on. Yes, yes. Kia, what Rando said. Rando's got the right of it. We're trying to keep chat largely spoiler free for those that haven't. Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm dead. For those that haven't done 5.0. We have a lot of little babbies that are still in Heavensward. Ow, 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 ow. Not the puke. It's gross, dude. Nice. When did we get a command for exclamation mark memory? A while ago. A while ago. We have something like that. We have something like that at home. What the fu- What is that? What is this design? What the? Is her ass, is she like face down, ass up? Did I see that right? She is. Face down, ass up. That's the way I liked it. She gonna get that torque on. What in the face down, ass up is this boss? Dude, she's double cheeked up on a Tuesday afternoon, bro. The view that the rest of the Alliance raid gets is pretty fucking immaculate. That's hilarious. Holy shit. Woo! Such plump souls ready for harvest. You're one to talk about plump, Echidna. Ew, she split apart. Ew. Only plump thing here is those cheeks. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I keep getting interrupted. Why? Oh, probably getting out of range. What a gross but cool design. Come, my children. There is mortal blood to spill. Oh shit. Oh! There was an eyeball attack. I got petrified. I'm embarrassed. Ha! I'm not the only one. Ooh. Okay. Huh? It's not over? Oh, it's literally not over. What is this tether between the snakes? Pray, give me 1 second. Pray! Give me your forehead. Hi! Mwah. Here's a little forehead kiss. Pray, I love you. Oh, the tether makes them much harder to kill, so the tanks have to separate them. Got it. 90% less damage when tethered. Jesus. Bum, 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 bum. The Void Arc complete. I'm excited to see what the other ones look like. If this was like just the first one, I'm excited for more. Wind up Echidna? Give me that. Coffin lid? Crafting material? I don't know what that's for. Void Arc skirt. No thank you. I'm gonna hard pass on that one. Void Arc breeches. Oh yeah, these are the ones that I didn't win, and now I won them. These are so cool. For Reaper though, I'll greed on the off chance. That was a cute little ninja hat. We did it! Oh, the way that the treasure coffers are set up really upsets me. Why were they not set up in a line? Oh, that drives me insane. Your luck is the bloody worst. You'll get him next time, Jolly. You'll get him next time. Void Arc is so cool. It's such a cool aesthetic. They were in a T shape. Oh, okay, that's much less upsetting. Far less upsetting. Oh, sorry. That was my bad. Okay. There's 3 in a line and 1 behind them. Okay, I thought it was just like awkwardly like on an angle. I was like, ew. Bugger me. I expected danger, but not a hell-spawned bleeding nightmare made of flesh like that. Didn't stop you and your mates though, did it? That's some crew you've got there. Make no mistake. Wait, there was actual treasure here? Right then, let's have a look inside that dirty great coffer type thing. Summit tells me it's filled to the brim with booty. I've already got my fill of booty, thank you. That boss was more than enough. $14 is life now, random. It's true. Don't look at me. I never moved a muscle. The booty was the boss we fought along the way. Hey, it's this fuck. What in the 7 hells is that bastard doing? Oh boy. Ruh-roh, Raggy. This way, swiftly now. What? What is this cat? What the fuck? Can anyone see a talking cat over there? Bloody hells, this adventure's getting queerer by the minute. And not just because I'm here. For once, it's not me queering it up. Still, I'd rather take me chances with a prattling puss than stay here. Get your things, mateys. We're leaving. Run! But what about the loot? You can't spend it when you're dead. We either follow the furball or make friends with a spell-slinging Voidborn. Your choice. God damn it. How's an honest sky pirate meant to make a living? Oh, he's doing a thing all right. They doing a thing. That cannot be good. Run! The way he's still carrying the treasure too. Show me what's inside. No, you fuck. Obviously it's gonna show me next time, but I wanted to know now. I wanted to know now. What is the deal with this skinny little cat? This prattling puss, as it were. Why does it have a crown? Dun 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Holy shit. This is so sick, dude. Oh. The ship's breaking up. Is he trying to bring her down? Big coffin. Oh, wait. Death Star? Help! We are Borg. Resistance is futile. It is giving slightly Borg aesthetic. It's just not a cube. Riding home. The Void Tent is attempting to initiate a dimensional displacement. Oh, that doesn't sound good. But the gate, it cannot possibly be large enough for the entire ship. Okay, Cat, explain yourself. Start splaining right now, Cat. There's a lot of creepy, ominous things happening. The Queen's coffin! He takes it beyond our reach! Well, looks like we're going in the purple sludge. Kids did nothing wrong. Looks like we're going in. Oh, just kidding. We're not going anywhere. The Queen's coffin, Pepe hands. Also, hi Toon, how you doing? Vivek got to do stuff quickly, I hope. Okay. Wow, there doesn't seem much point in hanging around here. Let's get back to solid ground. Got yourself a new bunny alt. Let's go. I need to live vicariously through you guys as bunnies. Your wife from your main got you a fat cat pet. Fat cat pet. literally is so cute. Literally the cutest. Jolly, thank you for Hydra, by the way. Fat cat, best cat. Oh my god, Caps, please. You're just excited, Kush. It's fine. Aye. 'Twas a bit touch and go in places, I grant you, but here we all are, and all with our bits still attached. This calls for a foaming flagon of... Hold on. Ain't we missing someone? Didn't I tell you Tata to wait for us here? Never fear. We've been keeping the girl company. Ah, for fuck's sakes. But enough about her. Did you see the cannon on that ship? As you know, my dear Leofard, I'm not easily moved, but the sheer power on display set me all a-quiver. She's power sexual. Well, I hope you're content to admire it from afar. That vessel ain't for the likes of you and me. Do not presume to measure me by your own limitations. Besides, I believe I've shown how resourceful I can be. She hot and bothered. Which brings me neatly to the point. You have in your possession a device capable of tracking the ghost ship. Hand it over, or your engineer shall suffer the consequences. Mommy? Sorry. She's wearing a rug? Oh, you mean like her lower half, Vel? Perfect. A compass pointing the way to my just reward. A weapon like that belongs in the hands of one with the will to use it. Come, lads, our business here is concluded. Shouldn't we tell her of like the void monstrosities on the... No? Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Captain. They caught me off guard. You get a bang on the head or something? The man I know would have never given in to scum like her without a fight. Unless... It was a fake! What did you do to the compass? Who? Me? Not. Besides slipping a link pearl into its casing. So long as Radlia keeps it close, you can be damn sure she will. We'll know exactly what them thieving bastards are planning. Anyone care to wager how long it'll take her to notice me little gift? Holy, what is this tale? That's very clever and all, but how are you proposing to stop her from getting her hands on that derelict and its great big cannon? I ain't worked that part out yet, but I expect it'll start with us keeping a close eye on the Talons. Before we get into any of that, though, I've got some questions what need answering. You wish to know more of the Void Ark, that ghost ship, as you call it? Yes, curious cat, the Void Ark. So that's its proper name, aye. I'd like to hear whatever you'd care to tell us, puss. And I, for my part, am curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist that you address me by my proper name, Kate Sith. I will not respond to puss or cat, and most decidedly not furball. Radley is how I wish karma worked all the time. But we didn't get our, well, karma didn't enact itself yet. He's like, I'm confusion. Its eyes are gross. This thing could have been kind of cute, but its eyes are nasty. It's got like lizard eyeballs. Oh yeah, it's TM. Okay. How long are you gonna go in this circle for? Whoa, Slayer! Hello, Mad Slayer. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, you guys. More I was trying my hardest not to make the comparison cursors. We're just gonna be dizzy while I say hello to you guys. Hello? Hello, Mad Slayer. How was Fork Knife? How was Fork Knife? Did you get a #1 victory royale? Thank you so much for raid. Welcome in, you guys. Hi, Bree. How you guys doing today? Welcome in, welcome in. If it is your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I'm a variety streamer. Wow. More like a Final Fantasy variety streamer, let's be real. Let's be real here. I sometimes play horror, sometimes do drinking streams, and most other things in between. However, lately, as you well know, Final Fantasy XIV has been so my fixation, and I love it. It's so good. It's so good. Welcome in, you guys. So good to have you. Trust me, I made the comparison the moment I saw this cat, including the disdain for being called a cat. 14 streamer takes breaks once a week, maybe. Literally, Zaki. I'm more inclined to call it stray hair than anything else. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Welcome to cat. 14 is a virus? It is. It infects. It infects so thoroughly. Madman! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. We are doing Sky Pirate shenanigans and exploring the void. And now we're being talked to by a monstrous cat. And it's going in circles. And all that's playing in my head is the Persona 5 R victory theme. I love that FFX IV is an emote. If you look at it really closely, it's the copy paste. I had to add it when I saw it. But welcome in, you guys. How was stream? How are you? How is everything? I love your face, dude. I love your face. This cat walking in circles is making me motion sick. I will not apologize for it. One day, 15 hours until I get a tattoo. Oh my God, Jolly. I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for you. You're good? I'm fucking glad to hear it, dude. I love your face. No, I love yours. All right, let's see what the cat has to say. Sorry, the not cat. My tale begins long, long ago in the city of Mach, which once stood in the lands of Yaphaim. The sorcerers of Mach were masters of destructive magics, and they brought that terrible power to bear against Amdapur, as we just experienced, and Nim in the War of the Magi. The titanic forces they unleashed, however, took a heavy toll upon the land, ultimately resulting in a colossal flood that drowned the realm of Eorzea, a catastrophe which my master, High Void Mage Cesar, was wise enough to foresee. Wait. Colossal flood? Are you talking about the 6th Umbral Calamity? I suppose you would know it as such. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. When they learned of the fate that awaited them, the Machi Magi began construction of a gargantuan vessel that would bear their people to the skies and to safety. The operation of the Void Ark, as the ship came to be called, was entrusted to Cesar. Prior to that, of course, my master had been prisoner in her own home, confined for her outspoken opposition to the war. Makai, thank you, Makai. 6th Umbral, holy shit. Yo, we're getting 6th Umbral lore? Let's fucking go. Mach is the origin of black magic and Amdapur white magic? Yo, the deepest of lores. Chat came prepared to teach today. I fucking love it. I live for it, Lav. So the Ark was meant as a sanctuary. Then how did it come to be so, I mean, what happened to all the people? Where did all the void scent come from? By what power do you imagine such a massive craft remains aloft? The energy required to raise the Ark was siphoned from over 1,000 otherworldly servants sealed within the Oh yeah, that can't be good. Are you kidding me? Hey, let's just power our ship by sucking the life force out of people. Advances in the Makai sorcery were made for one reason and one reason only. Cataclysmic destructive power, and the swiftest, most dangerous method of acquiring that power was through the enslavement of void-sent entities. Well, that's a fucking dumbass plan. So the creatures on the derelict, they broke free from your master's control? At the very heart of the Ark, the Void Mages had entombed a great ruler of the Void-sent, Skathak, the Shadow Queen. But in order to control so potent a prisoner, a mage of adamant will was required, and being Mach's preeminent sorcerer, Cesar was deemed best qualified. Were it otherwise, my master might never have been released from her own imprisonment. Her little shaky twig of an arm. Yet even with Cesar's peerless skill, the Shadow Queen could not long be subjugated. One after another, the Lesser Void Scent awoke and ran rampant within the ship. In the end, Cesar and the 53 Void Mages aboard the Ark sacrificed their own life energies to return the fiends to their coffins, leaving me, a lowly familiar, to watch over a derelict prison. Keaton is a boy? Wait, he's He has gross eyes. He has gross eyes. I have the lore book so I can learn and act like I know better. Nice, Jolly. Mach and Amdapur were in a contest of might and used their traditions to one-up another. Nim attempted to intervene to conciliate but was rebuffed. Mach attempted to use them as a test of their destruction, and the result, well, if you go to Camp Overlook and look out, you will see what happened to Nim. Got you. Unlucky. Unlucky. Kate him. This cat is built like a twig with a big head. Moon, truly. Also, welcome in, Moon. How you doing? Kate said this pronounced like Ketchi. I will never pronounce it that way, Rando, because the P5R protagonist, Joker, pronounced it Kate Sith. So, sorry. Checkmate, Rando theists. Sith Lord. That's Scholar Questlore, smiles. If I remember me umbrelleras right, the stuff you just described happened more than 1,500 years past, which is a good while by anyone's measure, and since everything seems to have been quiet on board your boat till just recently, I'm thinking somewhat unusual must have happened to wake the inmates up. Am I warm? One day, a void scent that had taken the shape of a bat flew into the ship. At first, it was little more than a nuisance that I brushed away, but the longer it remained on the ark, the stronger it seemed to become. Eventually, I could not contend with its power, and it began shattering seal after seal. Rutrow. You have faced this bat-winged fiend before? It would seem then that the creature survived the encounter, and that he intends to celebrate his restoration by liberating his queen. We fought him like an hour ago. Well, that explains that then, except for one small detail, namely, where the queen's coffin went. After it fell out of the ship's belly, I'm assuming it didn't just disappear, right? You recall the great rift that the ark's cannon ripped in the sky? That was a void gate. Such a portal opens a temporary path to the void, allowing the ship to travel almost instantaneously from one location to another. The void scent, as you saw, only opened a gate large enough to displace the coffin. As for the coffin's destination, however, that is as much a mystery to me as it is to you. I beseech you, conquerors of the Ark, help me find the Queen's coffin ere the wards binding Skathak are dispelled. I think the wards are already dispelled, though. Smells to me like an adventure, and who knows what ancient Makai treasures we might stumble along the way. Gods know, they'll make me make a nice change from all them elegant tombstones we've been collecting. I will help you. I'm not risking me hide for the sake of the realm, you understand. But I'll be damned if I let either Radlia or that bat-winged bastard take the freedom of the skies from me. Looks directly into camera. Leoford is Smilage incarnate. True, Val. Skaha, thank you, Rando, thank you. Oh, you care only for how you might be inconceived? Inconvenienced, that's a weird word. Might be inconvenienced? If the Shadow Queen were to return, it would have dire consequences for this entire star. Don't give a fuck. Just want treasure and free skies. Count your blessings, Furball. I said we'd help, didn't I? Look at Kate's beans. I know the littlest of beans on the little twigs. Forbidden beans. Before we go rushing off in search of that coffin, though, there's preparations to be made. You might as well get back to your usual heroical employment, sir. I'll let you know when it's time to round up your mates again. Like I said, the rate of mispronounced Gaelic, I will not apologize for it. I'll do my best to remember the pronunciations, but I will not apologize for it. Gaelic words are not pronounced how they look. They're monstrous. Who made them this way? The time is nigh, my dear Talons. Soon we shall seize control of the ghost ship and all its power. Rule the skies from here to the ends of the world. Yeah. Crack pipe, Vel, please. The Irish, then the Scottish. That's who made it the way it is. It's painful. It's painful. It hurts my brain. Oh no, you're fine. I wouldn't know if I didn't look them up. Okay, love you. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I gotta take a quick pee break before we start Weeping City, so I'll be right back. Always with my coffee, straight through me. I'll be right back.
Are you sucking?
I'm sucking.
Don't swallow it.
I'm not gonna swallow it.
Well, spit it out.
Excuse me, Piggy. Wait. No, not wait. I don't need the blood vials. Unless, wait. Ouch! I'm not drinking this whole cup. Fuck you guys. I'm drinking 15 because Valora's a 10 out of 10 mod. Okay, here we go. 15 beverages being consumed. Blood here. Seems like there was a struggle. Maybe it was a flip-de-hibdegib monster. Or it could be a flip-de-hoobdegib. I don't know. We should investigate further. Follow this blood trail a little deeper. Ah, the blood trail led to footprints. Seems like maybe they started running. Come on, that's a perfect impression. That's a perfect impression. Sound like actual dialogue. Wait, did I turn this man into a hat? Please tell me you guys saw that. He glitched out so bad. That's not the one that I thought it was gonna light up. That's not the one that I thought was gonna light up. That's not the one that... I don't get it. I thought this one was gonna light up. Duck feet baboon looking at. Stop. I'm getting cyberbullied. All right, let's choose a new chess piece. Let's choose a new chess piece. We need something like hella fancy. Who's that fancy bitch walking over there? That's me. Super fucking fancy. Look at me. It actually ties in. Let's go. Hey, Geralt, what you doing? Oh, you know, just hanging out. Pepper, I got no more nut for you. You used it. You took all of it. Wow, that's really inappropriate. Father? Father? Apologies. I've only one. Was that you guys or was that the game? I think it's the game. I don't know what's happening anymore. Somebody's knocking on my door. I was like, realistic knock sounds different all of a sudden. Ah! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck! Bear trap? I am the best at riding. Lifts.
Oh, you.
I hope you have fantastic sleep. I am going to be joining you in bed very soon. Well, oh, wow. Oh, sure. Not like joining you, but like. All right, I'm ready to fucking tackle some bitches. Come here. We fall. We fall. Hi, I'm back. Hello. The potato. Dude, do you guys remember the era of potato? Let's see if it still works. You guys remember the era of potato? Maybe you guys can have a little potato right now as a treat, as I'm sure I won't be crying in the next like 5 minutes. You guys can have a little potato as a treat, because I love you, okay? Potato 14. I am potato streamer. Crying potato. That's actually why we got rid of potato, because it used to be a redeem that chat could activate. But we already have potato Terra. It used to be a redeem that chat could activate, but the issue was they would do it during emotional moments and just like take away all the emotion from the moment, because I'd just be a potato crying. Sir, I was just about to fly out to Ishgard and track you down. You remember Kate Sith, that Makai familiar? We've been working with him on a plan to find Diabolos and the Queen's Coffin. So Diabolos is the name of the demon. There have been void-sent sightings from pirates all over, so we know that bat-winged bugger is hiding someplace in the sky. We just don't know exactly where. Where's my fucking Squats redeem? Squats is dead and never coming back, Lav. Never. I will never do Squats on stream again. Unless it's like for something special. Like OnlyFans. What? Anyways, and as for going about pinpointing the location,
Sloppy.
and the feline are bickering over just exactly how. That's where you come in. If you've a spare moment or two, we could use a third opinion to break the stalemate. Besides all that, Leofrid's eager to have another hand to help in the search. So come on over to Perrock as soon as you're able. You know the way from here, don't you? Argon, come with us. We have a spot to fill. Thank you for the pets, Cash. Potato pets. I came back from AFK to see a potato. I haven't turned on the potato in forever, so you guys can have a little potato as a treat, since nothing dramatic is happening right now. I had to remove potato as a redeem because y'all, not y'all, like there's a lot of new people here, but like my previous community had the worst timing with when they'd redeem it. So it's their fault that it's gone, okay? If you want to blame anyone. Wow. You have a really bad joke? Hit me with it. Hit me with it. I'm ready for it. You got scammed? Isaac scammed you? What happened? How rude. I honestly really need potato today of all days. Thank you. I'm happy to supply, Lav. I'm happy to supply. Your eye level's 5 points short. Do you have any poetics to spend, Vel? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Vel. Finally, a sexy VTuber. I love you. Toon is potato sexual. Toon likes potatoes a little too much. We're gonna call them out. Lovingly, lovingly. This is an intervention. This is an intervention, Toon. The Lost and Dr. Vetus was working until you had a halo of enemies that move with you, and I dedge. Pray, I'm sorry that that happened to you. Might want a better ring, Vel. Honestly, you could probably go to the market board, Vel. There's probably like rings from people like leveling up their goldsmith. And it probably won't cost you more than like, dude, I don't know, like 15K. Vel has a 50 ring on. Drag her. Drag her, Argon. Drag her through the mud. Let her know. Market board for rings is great. There you go. How could you not be a potato sexual? They're so versatile. Okay, listen. Mashed potatoes. I will tolerate a baked potato. Fries are okay, I guess. I'm not crazy about fries. You know what my problem is? I usually want like 5 fries and then I'm done with them. But then there's like 50 more fries to go and it's just too many. Mashed potatoes are pretty gross. Argon, you're banned. Mods, can we deal with this rabble in chat right now that does not appreciate a good old mashed potato? I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. Oh, okay. Scallop potatoes actually go pretty fucking hard. Same with au gratin. As I said on Discord, I cannot wait for potato latkes in a week or so. Just mash me up. Mash me up. Make me a latke. Mashed potatoes are the best. Thank you, Stellar. Thank you. A human of culture. Thanks for coming. The captain and the cat are inside, still having their discussion. Talk to Leo Fort, will you? Before I strangle both of them. Okay, but do you add anything to your mashed potatoes? They are the best with gravy, but just butter is fine as well. Tater tots. Okay. It's funny because tater tots are just, no, they're better than fries. I was about to say tater tots are fries in a different shape, but no. Tater tots are so good. I will literally eat my whole plate of tater tots, but not fries. Often I throw out a few fries at the end of the night. I'm wasteful. I know, I'm sorry. But it's just how it is. Ah, sir, a rational mind such as yours is most welcome. Pray, reason with this wind-addled brigand. Okay. You're 5 poetic short of a ring. Market board, Val. Market board. Market board. It can't be that expensive. On market board. Is level 60. If you're here to ask about the Queen's coffin, then you'd best turn around and walk straight out again. This aggravating furball's turned my mood sour as month-old goat milk. Ew. Leoford, sir's come all this way to help us at your request, I might add. He deserves to hear what we stand on the search at least. Or where we stand on the search at least. Oh, you can't see, but I'm crossing my arms. The search is giving me ulcers, is what it is. By all reports, Diablos is lurking somewhere in the heavens, building up his forces. But the sky's a vast dome, as high as the ocean is deep, and we've not the pirates to scour every damn floating rock. That's when I tried my luck with Radley. You remember her, don't you? Captain of the Talons, blonde hair, one eye, stole our bloody compass. Well, I've been eavesdropping with that link pearl I slipped into the casing, hoping to catch something useful. But all I've heard from her and her sorry crew is snoring, grumbling, and japes about the Archbishop's holy nethers. Ew. In the end, it seems we've no choice but to do this the hard way, but a certain mulin annoyance refuses to acknowledge the truth of it. You cannot possibly hope to investigate the entire sky with this meager handful of ne'er-do-wells. I find my suggestion to seek aid from your fellow pirate gangs a perfectly reasonable one under the circumstances. Ah, stow it, you mangy alley cat. You've not the faintest idea of how sky pirates operate. Best case scenario, we'd be locked into a deal to hand over any treasure we find, and that's assuming we weren't laughed out of the room to begin with. You cannot assume that every man and woman shares your base morality. If we but made the attempt, I'm sure we could convince some few of the nobility of our cause. And so it goes, round and round. Knowing pirates as I do, I find myself siding with the captain on this. But what of you, sir? Any thoughts on the matter? We should seek aid from the other crews. Nodders. What? You're siding with the furball? I would have thought you'd learned a thing or two about sky pirates by now. However we tackle things though, we have a long road ahead of us. I'll see if I can think up a better way to shorten it. You might as well head back to your adventures, sir, unless you're willing to lend us your experience in another matter, that is. Utada, our chief engineer, has been mumbling about the Void Ark and cursing underneath her breath for days. Might be as you can provide some insight into her dilemma. She's conducting her research in the Sea of Clouds, yes? Well, I should rather discuss the properties of the Void Ark than continue this fruitless debate. I shall see you down there, sir. Okay. Do, 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 do. Boo, 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 boo. Wait, where in the Sea of Clouds? All the way over there? Oh my goodness. Do, 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 do. BRB Sargantus to get the best deal. Did you use Universalis, Val? Did you use Universalis to find cheapest prices? Cause well done. Well done, you frugal bean. Proud of you. Jolly. Guys, should we watch Nightmare Before Christmas for Crimbus movies in Discord? We're watching Die Hard on Sunday because that's classic Crimbus movie. Classic Crimbus adventure where we learn about love and Christmas. Would have been faster to go out the... Ray, you listen here. You listen here, Ray. 100% Christmas movie. I agree. Thank you. Thank you. A cultured human you are, Kaj. Die Hard, a Christmas movie. People leave. Pray. Pray. Listen here. Open up Disney Plus right now. Go under the holiday section. And what do you find? What do you find? Die Hard. Die Hard, you find under holiday movies in Disney Plus. If the mouse says it's a Disney movie, it's a Disney movie. I'm sorry. The mouse declared it, okay? It takes place around Crimbus. Cool. Does not make a Crimbus movie. You're so wrong. Have you even watched the movie Prey? Listen here. Listen here, you. You little shite. What troubles you, Mistress Utada? I don't like all these face-ups we're getting of Ketchi's eyes. It's cursed. We were told that some matter regarding the Void Ark was causing you no small measure of grief. Does that make the Yakuza games Christmas games? Yes. Clearly, dude. Mistress Utada, what are you? Oof. Did you have a breakthrough? I feel so much better now. My apologies, Ketchi. You had the misfortune to enter my field of view just as I felt the intense desire to squeeze something warm and furry. It's this damnable ecto compass. I made another one, you see, identical in all respects to the first compass that Radlia stole. But look, it points in a completely different direction to where the Void Ark should currently be. I don't understand what I did wrong. I used the same plans, the same parts. I can imagine that would be infuriating. Are you certain there are no flaws in the design or the materials? Staring directly into your soul. Their eyes are terrifying. I will die on this hill and I'll die hard. Pray. I hate you. This clip as a treat. A little potato clip as a treat. Thank you, Kaj. Thank you for the clip. Positive. I've tweaked and adjusted and replaced every single piece, but it refuses to function as intended. I'm on the verge of tossing the blasted thing over the edge. What do you make of this, sir? I don't think the compass is broken. It's probably pointing to a new quarry. You said cat close up? I did say cat close up. I don't like it. Yes, I'm inclined to agree. Judging by your previous work, it would seem unlikely that the compass itself is defective. We must consider other factors. Might you explain to us the principle by which the ectocompass tracks the Void Ark? It all comes down to etheric signature. I discovered that the Void Ark is encompassed by an energy of rather peculiar composition, so I simply tuned to the compass to follow its unique trail. An energy of peculiar composition, you say? Of course! The Ark was propelled by the siphoned energies of Void Scent. Could it be that the compass was tracking not the vessel itself, but the ether of the entities imprisoned within? That would certainly explain why the compass now points in a different direction than one would expect. After all, Diablos and the Shadow Queen are no longer on board the Ark. Are you implying that if we plotted a course based on the readings from the ectocompass, we would arrive at the demon's doorstep, so to speak? Just so, Mistress Utada. Assuming my theory is correct, we no longer require outside assistance to pursue our elusive quarry. Oh, Stacia, what perfect timing. You won't believe the wonderful discovery we've just... Oh, tragedy has unfolded. Somebody's dead. Talon airships have been spotted en route to our nest. If it's revenge they're looking for, we'd best head back and make ready for them. We're in trouble. Boop, 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 boop. I was followed in Limsa by a person wearing a creepy horse costume. Were they like anime walking after you? Roleplay walking, Vel? Truce, Red Bill! We need your help to save Captain Radlia. These cutscenes keep fast traveling you. I keep missing alternative cat close-up. Oh, you're doing something cheeky, Izagi. That's what you're talking about. You were bouncing away and noticed them following and you froze. You're one of Radlia's favorites. You threatened my crew, steal our compass, and now you come crawling to me for help. What kind of unholy mess have you Cretans stumbled into? Aye, we took your damn compass, but it didn't show us the ghost ship. We ended up at some old moldy ruins, lousy with void scent. Before we knew it, some sort of spider demon was knocking our ships out of the sky. The two of us managed to pull away, but we saw what happened to them as they got caught on the ground. If the captain survived the massacre, she's stuck there with no wings to fly out again. Why don't you give that link pearl a listen, Captain? Might be as we can learn if Radley is alive or dead at least. Ah, so much buzzing. Can't hear a blasted... Wait, I'm getting some words. They're after Makai artifact. Damn demons are searching. Hide. And then a bunch of screaming. Seems Radley is still kicking for now, but who knows for how long. They're just screaming and running while we're having a casual conversation. If those screams were an act, then consider me fooled. I don't think the Talons are laying a trap here. I've half a mind to leave Radlia to her fate. Karma! But I never turn my back on an adventure. Especially when the scent of treasure is in the air, eh? Now tell me where you found these ruins. You'll help us then? You're a good man, Red Bill. We left the captain in the Yaphaim Saltmoor, just northwest of the Mordona. In Yaphaim, you say? Then you must speak of the ruined shell of the Muck itself. By Shatodo's black heart. Could they be after the Nullstone? What's that, puss? You think you know what those fiends are after? It's like being approached by a wild animal. Stay completely still. They can't see you. Their vision is based on movement. Exactly. Just don't move. It's true they emote to find their own kind. Right, Utada. See that those Talos ships are patched up. Then have Rymiel ready to fly, and don't spare the oil. You know I love to hear her purr. Sir, Stacia, bring the furball to my quarters, and we'll have ourselves a chat about our pending trip to Old Mach. What's the smiley mode again, Vel? Is it Smilage? Because this man's really just keeps making the fucking Smilage face. Yeah, that's the one. Smilage. Leoford, Smilage incarnate. I forgot to look in the distance to see the Void Arc, and now I don't think it's there anymore. This is so sad. Oh, need a new invite. Okay, let's do that before I forget. Bells. Boop. All right, Leoford. I want to stand on the map like Ketchi. I can't? What a scam. Right, Furball. Let's hear about this artifact that Diablos is looking for. If I'm to speak of the Nullstone, then I must first explain the method by which Maki sorcerers would Oh my god! Everything Ketchi is saying is just like random words that are hurting my brain. Would bind the Void Scent into service. little Pete's. Oh my god, their little Pete's went like a mile a minute. The more powerful the void scent, the more difficult it is to manifest its presence in this world. Their own immense strength weighs them down like an anchor, you see, preventing them from breaking the surface of our dimension. And that is why they cooperate with mortal sorcerers. A mage can provide a suitable vessel for the summoning, or rip a large enough hole in the fabric of reality for the entity itself to step through. And let me guess, the mage forces the void scent to agree to a pact in return for the invitation into our world. That is correct. But it would be foolhardy to expect such devious and malevolent creatures to abide by the spirit of even the most carefully worded contract. Thus did the Magi construct an occult device that would more securely bind the void scent to their will, a safeguard of sorts, that, to the best of my knowledge, yet lies entombed within the remnants of the ancient city. The Nullstone was seen as a last resort. Should a void scent break its pact and turn on its summoner, the mage could use the relic to disperse the very essence of even the most potent entity, obliterating it completely. I can't see the royals of the void taking too kindly to a threat like that. Seems those sorcerers were just as ruthless as the monsters they summoned. Their little fucking feet. When it came to the glory of Mach, the ends justified the means. In any event, we can be certain that Diablo seeks to secure the Nullstone before it falls into mortal hands, and thereby ensure that Skatha, I don't remember, will reign unopposed. Skathak, probably? Alright, so we know what the fiends are after, but what I don't understand is why such a valuable relic was left behind when the mages knew a colossal flood was on the way. Skaha, thank you. Its value was the very reason they chose not to risk its relocation. The Nullstone is kept within a structure constructed for the purpose, secured behind powerful wards and protected by deadly guardians. And with the rising of the waters, they reasoned that the artifact would be sunk along with the city, far beyond the reach of vengeful void scent. But now that Yaphaem is more swamp than sea, the demons only have their wards and the guardians to deal with, and I doubt they'd be wasting their time down there in the mud if they didn't have some trick to breathe through the wards. This has become a race to see who can nab the treasure first, which is just the sort of contest the Sky Pirate lives for. Smile edge. So we slip into the ruins, pinch the relic, then rescue Rodlia right from under the fiend's noses. Well, I suppose we could save her while we're poking around for loot. I'll grab the new compass from Utada so we know where we're going. Check your weapons, patch your small clothes, and meet me out by the landing when you're ready to fly. Dude, its little feet move a mile a minute. Internet aside, give you a sec. Okay. We'll fly directly to Yaphaem from here. Once we arrive, you forge ahead with your band of adventurers as you did on the Ark. Just keep slicing into the depths until you reach that Nullstone. We don't want to risk getting knocked out of the sky like the Talons, so we'd best land a little ways away from the ruin and head in on foot. The Furball says he knows the place well enough to guide you, so me and the Red Bills will follow behind on rescue duty. You concentrate on smashing a path through the artifact. We'll check the nooks and crannies for Radlia and her crew. A lot of pitter-patters, yeah. Don't let your guard down once you reach the ruins, though, eh? There's likely golems and such in there what are worse than the fiends outside. And we wouldn't want our hero losing his head now, would we? Alright, say the word, Jelly. Why can't I get good internet at affordable price, goddammit? Hey, just think, you're not paying Canadian prices for internet. I don't know who has it worse than us. Canada has it fucking bad, though. I want to see Zagi's jump scare. Where is Izagi sitting? Izagi's gone! Oh, there you are. Hey, Izagi. Show me cat close up. Press home. Oh, too close. Wait. Wait, why so high up is my... I'm not this tall. He's cat boy. He's cat boy. I heard Canadian referred to as moose monies, beaver bucks, and poutine pennies yesterday. I cannot unhear it now. I love that. It's better than being called Monopoly money because our money is so colorful. Everyone thinks it looks like Monopoly money. You know, Tara, you too can be a catboy. I don't want to say anything because it's Shadowbringer spoilers about things, but I feel some kind of way right now. The area was instant, so it didn't allow stalking. Rest in peace. Dude, K, it's kind of cute the way catboys... Is this like their natural sitting or what is this? Look how cute this catboy. Become a bunny, Tara. One of us, one of us. That's the base city mode? Wait, that's so cute. Tara could be a Lalakote. Oh, I just need those like Tanuki hoods, right? Wait, are catboys always so ripped? Or is it the muscle tank that makes them more ripped? That gives them abs. Abdominals. You're back? Are we ready then? Let's do a quick ready check. It's just the tank top. I was like, I don't remember seeing catboys like so ripped before. Boop. Slash ready. Yeah, instantly you get more fit when your shirt goes on or when your tank top goes on. Oh, somebody else did the ready check. Thank you. You lose muscle definition without your tank top. All right, let's do it. What a cute boy. What a cute cat boy. Let me pet your face. I just noticed we never did. We forgot to do Alexander 12 Savage. I think even Golsif was saying I want to get a party together for A12S. We absolutely forgot to do that. Weeping City. Away we go. Is it related to someone who reported that the geezer had done his nut? Rando, that's such a vague way of asking. You might be right though. You might be right. That's from A12S, right? I need it. I need it. Boom, 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 boom. It is Omega. That's from O12S. Oh, not Alexander. O12S. What's from A12S? Is it a pet? No, I already have the pet. That was from A8S. I always get so confused with the shortened versions. Oh, that's it. That's it. Got you. That's the one. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. The wings are crazy. You duoed A12S the other night, so if you just want to get them out, it won't take many people. It'll be easy clap. A quick in and out adventure. I'm gonna pet cat boy. I'm gonna pet cute cute pat boy. Cute cat boy. This is E4S? E4S. E4S? E? Oh, Shadowbringers, Shadowbringers. Got it, got it, got it, got it. I was like, E? Welcome to the Wiping City? Why are you guys calling it the Wiping City? Oh, because it's called the Weeping City? Are we gonna... Is it hard? Are we gonna wipe? I don't like this nickname for it. Anyone have the Eureka mount to show you? I think the one that morphs, the morphing one, I've seen it before. It's so cool. Many people may abandon the raid. Oh boy, okay, we'll survive. We'll survive. We'll survive the Wiping City. It'll be okay. We'll do it. Vel, can I examine you when you're nowhere near? No, I can't. The Mighty Morphing Ball Mount, it's so cool. I need to do more Eureka. Hope you like shapes. I do. Shapes are cool. I like how we have like somebody in what is that, Dragon Ball Z car basically, and then just an antelope. And then an angelic burb. And then a pumpkin head. Everything on the spectrum here. Hopefully by next stream you'll have E8S mount. Oh my god, it's so hard. This is what I really want. This right here, this is what I really want. I want this mount. I want this one. This one's so cute with its little hammer. These are precious. I also really want this mount from the near raids, right? I also really want that one. That's from Firmament Crafting. Easy peasy to get. I stepped one toe in the firmament and then I didn't do more because I went to bed. No, I'm lying. I didn't step one toe into the firmament. I'm on the quest towards the firmament. I am lying to you right to your face. I'm sorry. Someday I need to get the Rathlos mount. Gamers, we should become masochistic. Maybe not today, maybe Thursday or Friday if I play Final Fantasy on Friday. We should put together a party and we should just suck it up and do the Rathlos and get everyone that we can the mount. Because fuck. Because fuck. The giant cactuar, that's so many MGP. I mean, after a certain point, you don't really have anything to spend MGP on, right? Might as well buy this. Honestly, we should knock up the normal while we have 8. What do you, because Vel might not be in that content. If it's post Stormblood, Vel can't do Rathlos. So we have 7 technically. The extreme is a 4-person. Oh. We could rotate out. We could rotate out and get as many people to mount as we can. It is Stormblood, yeah. You can unsync the extreme. Does that make it more tolerable? Rathlos with 4 DPS at 90 takes roughly 1 to 2 minutes. That's not bad. That's really not bad. Boom, 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 boom. I want to get my big goofy Cerberus already. And where does that come from, Rue? I love 14, such great mounts such as Goku, dragon with a small hat and hammer, literal deer, angelic bird, and pumpkin? Question mark. Literally Rue. Yeah, boss will do legit almost no damage. Just gotta do the one single insta-wipe mechanic. Otherwise you could just insta-wipe mechanic on Rathlos? I'm like a Monster Hunter fanboy. I cannot picture an insta-wipe mechanic on Rathlos. Huh? You haven't unlocked the place to get it, but it's the same model as the one from the World of Darkness, right? Whoop! That actually scared me. Wiping City! Let's go! The Wrath mount is so rare that it's more likely you'll have to buy it with the currency, kill it 50 times, then it would drop. No shot, pimp. Are you serious? Is it that bad? Oh, it's similar to Fatty? Sorry, Fatalis. God, the Fatalis fights are cool as hell, though. God, I love Monster Hunter. Such a good game. Rathlos Extreme Sync is torture. We'll do it unsynced. Fuck that. Fuck that noise. It'll make sense when you see it. Gotcha. Wrath wipe mechanic is easy? Then easy peasy. We can do it. Even unsynced, there's still a danger from wiping with Rathlos. 3 KOs is failed. 3 KOs is failed mission! I both like and don't like that they basically took the exact same mechanics from Monster Hunter. The Wiping City of Mog. It gives you potions too, which is cute. I think it is cute, but I almost kind of wish that instead they just kept it more Final Fantasy style rather than trying to convert it so not religiously. What's the word I'm looking for? Faithfully. Rather than trying to convert it so faithfully. I had to farm the currency. Never saw a Rathlos drop directly. Pain. Disparage. Can I get a disparage for the Rathlos mount drop rate? Sounds painful. Hello, gamers. You got yours to drop directly, Argon? Lucky bean. Oh no! Crocodiles. He said, welcome to the Wiping City. You can get 1 to 2 currency for each time. So at best, you have to run it 25 times. At worst, you have to run it mid 30-ish times. Oh boy, that's painful. One of your 50 runs, you saw it drop only once. Yikers. Hi, Julie, people Brazil. Julie, I hope your sports ball team wins. Wrath was released for the collab when they put Behemoth in. I remember the Behemoth fight, yeah. I think that's why it went 1-to-1 on it. But like, the oh, my angle is really low. The 1-to-1 of Behemoth being in Monster Hunter was not so awkward. I think the only weird part was having somebody like tank. That I think was the only jank part, because usually, awkwardly, it was heavy bow gunners that could reliably shoot the head that would tank it. It was a weird fight. Fun, but weird. Monster Hunter World was so good. I haven't played enough Rise. I didn't even pick up the new expansion because I haven't had time. Too busy with stream and editing and whatnot. Did you know we Brazilians get to leave work early when Brazil's playing on the... Really? That's so cool, Julie. So did you have an early day today? Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. No lie, you really care about soccer. That's so heckin' cute. 3 black mages. Look at all these ley lines. You guys are doing your best. Hey, I don't like all these webbies. Me, who solo Behemoth in Monster Hunter World. Yeah, it was a weird fight. Wait, did you do it on the hard mode? Or whatever the hell the hard mode was? Ah! Oh, that's so cool! Other players have to break it! They have to break the sticky goop. That's a cool mechanic. I like that. Ah! Oh! What the hell? Implosion. Explosion. Digestive fluid. That doesn't sound very good. Whee! This is such a cool fight. Are you kidding me? Gamers, this is cool as hell. Nice. Nice-oo. Very cool. Bait mechanics onto ley lines because it's funny. No, that's literally griefing your poor black mages. That's literally griefing. Do not grief your poor immobile friends. Oh no, help. 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 Ouch! Next game is on Friday at noon, and no one is gonna work afterwards. That's so cool. What, but hold on, Julie. What if you like need something? Like, are like grocery stores closed? Like, what if you need to go get something? I'm assuming like essential workers are still, screw you, you don't get to watch soccer. Also, you're playing Forbidden West? Hell yeah. Some places, people still need to work. Oh, but they go on a TV there? Dude, that's so heckin' cute. Are you kidding? Ah. Ooh! No! Izagi! You can make it! Whew! It was very scary. Watching Izagi get pulled. Weevils and maggots. I shall spin another web. Not again. Muffin! Muffin, hello. Muffin, thank you for raid. How are you? Welcome in. Oh, we can just focus the boss, yeah. Easy. Hey, yeah. I'm good at doing some birthday stoops. Happy birthday to Muffin. Happy birthday to Muffin. That is a cute ass hat. Are you kidding me? Happy birthday, dear Death by Muffin. Can I get carried away? How you doing? How you doing? Congratulations. Happy birthday to you. Yafaim Turban of Aiming. Oh, that's cute too, dude. I'm just gonna greet it. I'm gonna greet all the things. Muffin, thank you so much for raid. Welcome in. Hope stream was fantastic. Nature, thank you for the hydrate, by the way. I just choked on my water. These sets have crafted knockoffs? Oh, is that how I have my Sky Pirate hat of aiming? Can I look at my plates? No, I can't. Because I use the Sky Pirate hat of aiming in a lot of glams. Sky Pirate is another set. Oh, okay. One of your friends sent you a raspberry lemonade candle. Got a floofy black hoodie, laser etched Hecate wooden plate thing. Dude, that's so heckin' cool. Happy heckin' birthday. Happy heckin' birthday. Are you gonna go for din din or anything like that? Or order something? Ooh, treat yourself. Oops. Why do I keep fat fingering buttons? Am I okay right now? Tomorrow going for a massage. Thursday going for a meal with your mom. Hell yeah. I don't mean to alarm you guys, but speaking of meals, I think Spess is ordering sushi burritos for us today. I think that's what he said he wanted. And I'm such a happy boy. I'm so blessed. Sushi burrito slaps so hard. Oh my. To shreds, you say. And I'm back. Welcome back, Valer. 4 gall. He's just sitting on an orb. What a lazy bum. Get off your sphere. Empty husks have their ruses. Ah! Corpse explosion. Gradual zombification. Slowly transforming into a brain cell craving zombie. I don't want to be zombie. Nice. Oh, those people are so unlucky. They had to eat the AoEs. This guy's such a goofy boss. Man's really just sitting in a high chair. He actually is. A lot of people are targeted with something. I don't know if we want to go in or out. Oh, it's sucking in the dead bodies. Tilt! I'm gonna die! I knew it. The moment I glanced over at chat. Maybe a death on this fight. Listen here, you. Listen here, you. I just saw that. Do I have Berets at this level? 64, I do not. Vel's having a nap on the floor. Aiki, no! Why did people choose to be zombified over there? Ah. Oh. Get hit by a single puddle. Oh no. Aiki, thank you for the raise. You have to be zombies to not die to Mega Death. That makes sense. That of course makes sense. I knew that. You have to be mega dead to not mega die, of course. The wiping city, dude. God, I wish res mages had their res at this level. Mechanic executed. I did it. I didn't do. Oh, I can't DPS from here. I cannot DPS. The thought of healing this makes me have heart palpitations. Vel was asking, because Vel is not comfy in MMOs being healer or tank. And I was trying to persuade, do I want zombification? I was trying to persuade her into leaning more tank. Yes, I do, yes, I do, yes, I do. It's not, okay. Because of things like this. The amount of stress that poor healers go through is a lot. Woo! The wiping city. Oops, I meant to alliance raid that. The wiping city, smiley face. But yeah, tank, not nearly as stressful as like healer in like a situation like that. Most healers just develop a certain level of distance from the value of the dead. That was pretty leisurely to you. Half the raid dies. Yeah. It's just a normal Tuesday. Normal Tuesday in the Wiping City. Why does this have like a little like thigh gap? That's probably really cute on like tall races. Maybe we greed that in case I become Bun Boy. Planning ahead. Just like real medics. Oh god. Oh god. Too dark. Right on the edge. Right on the edge. We are Alliance C. We go in Seaside. Boop. What the headstone? Ah! Oh. The tank, tank main pants from here are lit, by the way. Okay. Tank slash maiming. Okay. I will keep my eyes open. Next boss has a short phase with music you can only hear when you're inside. It's not played anywhere else in the game. What? Terra, make sure to check the name of what area we go in next. Okay. Milko! Holy shit, Milko. Huh! So it's dead silent outside? Or no? Next boss, I think. Milko, thank you for the 1 year of primer. You sweet, beautiful soul. Congrats on your planet unlock. Why is it literally just a headstone though? LB? Do we even need it though? It died anyways. Luca, love you. Hope your day's been awesome. He's like, he said it's not my fault they died. They didn't do the mechanic. You know what? That's fair. That's totally fair. Me, a healer maid. Well, guess you'll die. Hello? Dude! This is so cool looking. Oh, hey, Eureka. It looks like the Eureka mount. Ozma. We fight orb. Remember, pyramid out to side, cube in close. Don't fall off. Stick with your alliance. Time to fight orb. It's the Eureka map. Ozma came first. I trust your judgment. I want to reread what that said. Pyramid out to the side, cube in close. Okay. This is neither cube nor pyramid. Ah? Wait, you're fighting the planet? No, we're fighting orb. We are killing orb. Cube? Cube in close? Cube in close. Ouch! What the hell is happening, dude? This is trippy. Why cube hurt? I don't know. I don't know. Orb is stored in the orb. Whoa! The hello? Hello? Change places. What the fuck was that? Oh, where are those people going? Are they dying? Oh no, they succeeded. Whee! Hello, orb. Ozma Shade. What the hell is going on, dude? Woo! Look away. Hi, Becky Bones. Welcome in. Ozma ate Nim. Oh, that makes so much sense. It consumed it. I mean, that makes no sense at all, but like, in terms of what we're seeing, it makes so much sense. Out the side. Out the side. I wanted to be with my friends, and then they all left me. What is happening above you guys' head there? Oh shit. Something hurt my body. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, my HP! I literally don't know what's happening, but I keep dying. You're doing your best, Val. You're doing your best. That's all we ask. I have no idea what's going on either, don't worry. Acceleration bomb. When it finishes its countdown, if you're legit doing anything, even moving, it will blow you up. That little ticking thing above your head? Got it. Pyramid. I'm scared. Die, cube! I mean orb. It's literally not a cube. Unless sometimes it... Friends? Oh! Whee! It's not a cube unless it decides it wants to be a cube. Becky Bones, I love you, by the way. Welcome in. How are you doing today? The Maki used Ozma to test their weapon before they deployed it against Amdapor. The flood stopped that. Huh. Feats for free? I mean, you gotta trim your toenails, bestie, but like... It have stinger. And tentacle. Tentacle hair and stinger. I love you, Terra. Why are we fighting shapes? Because... I don't know how to explain. Dude, that's so cute. Is this just for ninjas? Oh, it is. That's also just for ninjas. Why so much ninja gear? Yo, she caked up though. Why this raid just like booty? Booty the alliance raids. Why don't you try it out though? Ninja, you mean? All I know about ninja is bong bong bong. And if you play ninja, you understand. Because Golsef plays ninja, and anytime I'm in an area with Golsef, all I hear is bong bong bong. And nothing else. Ninja is pretty fun, but I like Monk. I already have a melee DPS. Entanglement? Girl, you need to brush your hair. If you're entangling other people in your hair, you have a problem. It's called a comb, bestie. Use it. Oh no! Somebody's dead. Ah. Ah. Ooh! Help! Oh god. Oh god. We're dead, aren't we? Oh, we're for sure dead. Ew! Oh, what's going on with the bubble? Ew! That was cool. Wait, that was cool as fuck. But also ew. Ninja's quite easy to learn, but Ninja has bunny mudra? Wait, you're making a convincing argument? What in the... I feel like being in the middle is not safe for me. Ah! No! I just went in close! I'm like, I'll just go in close because that's where everyone else is. And it instantly entangled, dude. Not fair. I'm getting bullied. Ow. Whoa. Evil juice is what she was drinking. As opposed to my dumb bitch juice that I usually drink. Evil juice sounds like it's a bit tastier. Whoa! Not me with 4 Vuln stacks. You're supposed to collect them all, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to collect them all. I'm doing really good. I had 4 before I died. What's the point of Vuln stacks, right? Like Dragon Balls. Yeah, exactly. Gotta collect them all. Like Pokemon. Oh god, please die. Please die. 0.4%, you guys. Don't be cowards. There we go. Ex Machina. I get it. Oh. This is what happens when you don't brush your hair, kids. It's true. It's true. You'll end up as a hot demon mommy with blades for hair. The wiping city of Mach complete. It wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad. Y'all were like, people might leave. That wasn't bad at all. Wind up Calificitary. Need. Cards! Need. Hat of Casting. Very cool hat of casting. But is it my aesthetic though? Could I make a glam with this? No, I don't want. I'll never use it. More ninja gear. If this was dyeable, I would like it. Nah. And nah. And nah. Alright. There's 3 of the same cards, and I don't want to need on all of them. I got the second card. We're good. That was striking that chest. The colors left something to be desired. If it was dyeable, I would have loved it. Need all of them. If you win one, does it like... Okay, I didn't win the other one. If you win one, does it like stop you from winning the others? If it drops, you can't get the others. Wait, you can get more? Hang on. I'm hearing some different opinions here. I only got a lid match. You can have right. You can have multiple because you can sell them in the whatchamacallit. I can't think right now. Gambling land. I can't remember. It's a golden saucer. So this is the heart of the ruins, eh? Why is my luck so goddamn bad? It's become self-perpetuating, Jolly. You say your luck is bad, and so the fates deem it so. If you say your luck is good, you will manifest it. Trust. You've done a fine job dismantling the defenses, sir. I only wish we could say that we had the same success, but Radlia and her talons were nowhere to be found. Yes, it is quite distressing, but we must focus on claiming the prize at hand. The null stone is ours. And then this is when they betray us. Wahahaha. You've left me such an inviting trail of destruction to follow. Who the... Hello? I see you found the relic then. Wonderful. Lord Diablos will be so pleased. And look here, I've brought you a gift as thanks for all your hard work. Ah! Our damsel in distress. Ruh-roh. This is the lovely lass you've been oh so desperately seeking, isn't it? Unless you wish to see her rent limb from limb, then you will hand over the nullstone. Karma for you, sir, or ma'am. Karma for Radlia. Well, 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 if it isn't the consequences of your own actions. I don't like his pointy feet. He's got curly, pointy feet. You think I care about her worthless limbs? That woman's done naught but cause us grief. I just thought to crow over her grave. He's bluffing. Based Leopard. Don't give me that look, Radlia. What? You thought I was here to save your sorry hide? You've never been aught but an obstacle to me. Do you remember that first time we met? You were roaring with laughter at the sight of all them Allagan relics until I used your pretty blonde head as a stepping stone. Damn you, you selfish bastard! And damn me for expecting you to act any different. If I had my weapons, I'd blow a bloody hole in your belly. Have you forgotten how awful a shot you are? Not much of a threat when I've seen you miss the side of a cathedral at 10 yalms. Silence, you grinning fool. You've ruined my moment. Now I'll ruin your smirking face. Now, puss. Be gone, thought. That'd be cool if that was a black mage weapon. You can have cube on a stick. What? Ah, it burns. This world is not your stage, unholy harlequin. Be gone from our realm. Cube on a stick. Give me that. It's purple cube on a stick, Vel. Grr, a clever farce, mortals. But the show is not over. Not until you scream. The bugger got away, and I think we'd best do the same. A bat. Stellar, I just saw your budget, Kefka. Calofisteri card. It's a 4-star, but is it good? But is it good? It's not bad. I just think Shiva is a better card. Like, Shiva has the 1 on top, but like, you're never gonna play Shiva in a situation where she could be taken. And then instead of a 7, she has an 8. Yeah, no, I feel like Shiva's just a better 4-star. Wind up Calofisteri. Calofisteri. Where is it? Hello? Am I blind? Oh, there it is. Oh, unable to summon minion here. Oh, it's just her, but floating on the nullstone. Oh, okay. Corner 8s is where it's at. Yep. Corner 8s. And an ace when you can get it. That's what we have Onion Knight for. Now, that was some excitement, wasn't it, sir? Probably a little too much for Radlia, but we gave her a bed to sleep off the worst of her ordeal. She'll likely be back to her usual cheerful self in no time. Quite a successful jaunt, all told. You and me, we make a pretty good partnership. Did you know you can mouse over the little 3D preview of the minion? I didn't, actually. I did not know that. But I've got words for you, Furball. You said that relic would obliterate a void scent completely. Seems to me that foppish fiend just got scorched before he slipped away. Oh, that was scarcely a fraction of the Nullstone's true power. Once I have learned how to unleash its full potential, such demons shall be consumed like gnats caught in a bonfire. So you're telling me our secret weapon ain't ready for battle? You might as well be wielding a blunted sword. Might I remind you that this blunted sword stung our foe sufficiently to free the lady pirate, a result we could not have achieved with your blustering words alone. Bah, I was ready to flee without Radlia if things took a turn for the worse. Based. But you're right, you had the presence of mind to take advantage of the bluff, and it was your actions that saved her in the end. Bum, 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 bum. Wiping City? Done. Have to run to the pharmacy. If not back in time for redacted, kick me. Okay, Ike, be safe. We might be waiting a while before Radlia finally decides to wake up. But not so long that you've got time to flit away on some other adventure. Come join me in my quarters. We can ask her a few questions as soon as she's ready to talk. Jolly, thank you for hydrate. I just spilt my water on myself. I don't know how to drink water. Bum, 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 bum. You know you have the desire sensor that stops things you want from appearing? Yes, I am a Monster Hunter player. I know all about the desire sensor. I just... For you, the things appear, you just never get them. That's still the desire sensor in action. Stretch has a limit now? Always did. I might have changed it because I had to break the redeems and like remake them. So it might be organized a little bit differently. Ho there, sir. Might as well make yourself comfortable while we wait on Radlia. Besides, after fighting through them ruins, I'll wager you could use the rest. Thanks for pet stuff. Oh, it always did, Jolly. We probably just hit it earlier than we thought. I like how he just has his fucking boots up. Where's the rest of my crew? Surely there were other survivors. Wait, straight up none of her crew survived? That's kind of fucked. Tell me, Radlia, what drove you to risk exploring Old Mach? The compass sent you there, aye, but you were after the Void Ark. You knew something, didn't you? I found a book. We were looting these strange ruins in the Sea of Clouds, and one of the lads dug up a tome. It had passages that described the Void Ark and a powerful relic called the Nullstone. A tome scribed by the Makai sorcerer, mayhap? Captain, would you happen to know the author of this work? The words are muddled by obscuring magics. 1,500 years have faded its pages. There is much that remains illegible, but what little my darling cutthroats and I could decipher suggests it was written by a mage of exceptional status. Holy, that's a fucking thick book! See for yourself. If what the book says is true, the Ark is a source of immeasurable power. With that ship under my command and the mysteries of the Mach in my possession, I had thought to crown myself Queen of the Skies. And look how well that turned out. What manner of sky pirate, what manner of queen, can't even keep her own crew alive? Ahem. Radlia, is it not? Would I be correct in assuming that you seek revenge against the Void Sent who slaughtered your comrades? Of course I want revenge. That hell-spawned shit gobbler killed my crew. If he were here right now, I'd gouge out his eyes and choke him to death with my bare bloody hands. You are not alone in your desire to bring an end to these abominations, Captain. Will you not join us in our endeavor to secure this peace for the skies? Will you not join the Talon's strength with ours? What strength? The way things are right now, I doubt I could keep the peace in a monastery. This has naught to do with personal grudges either. I just don't have the men. All my best fighters died in the ruins, and the dregs that are left are scarce sharp enough to be called talons. Did you leave your spine back in them ruins, Radlia? You've had your wings clipped, and no mistake, but that's no reason to give up the life. I thought we'd rescued a sky pirate, not some cur that turns tail when her pack ain't there to bite for her. Oh, wait, jolly, rude. I know what you're trying to do, Red Bill, but I've lost my taste for glory. You have the cursed book. Just be sure to make that bastard pay. That facial expression she made looked like something straight out of the Hildy quests. Hey, Furball. How quickly do you think you can decipher that ratty old tome? I need you to figure out exactly how your relic works. Aye, you sent that one fiend squealing in fear, but that ain't enough. From what you've told me, we'll need to aim for some of that obliteration if we're gonna take the Shadow Queen. Or take on the Shadow Queen. The rest of you, put everything you've got into what you do best. Be that research for or blade work. Overdoing it is doing it just right, if you get my meaning. Okay. Kate, I won't respond to Furball. Leofrid for literally the rest of the quest series. Hey, Furball! Literally, Vel. I mean, he hasn't called him Puss in a while. I'll decorate my walls with void sent heads if I have to. The sky should belong to no one. Who is this? Why does he have a beautiful portrait of them? Oh, tragic backstory. It's gonna be his dead wife, and his dead wife's last wish was for open skies that everyone could enjoy. And then I'm gonna fucking cry or some bullshit. Her ghost is gonna show up and be like, Leoford, you've done the best you could. Some bullshit like that. Bat cannon. The Nullstone hath fallen into mortal hands. 1,000 apologies, Lord Diablos. I shall personally wring each and every one of their scrawny necks. The time for skulking in shadows hath ended. I am grown weary of these meddling vermin. The power of the Shadow Queen waxeth full. Soon mine ardent desire shall pass from dream into dark reality. The Kefka from the Kefka from Wish. Budget Kefka. Walmart brand Kefka. Gonna make some tea. I should be back in time. Okay. I actually have to take a quick pee break. So we're going to take a quick pee break. And then we'll continue quest log. And then should be soon, I think, for the last raid. After your many, many 08S runs, you're not entirely inclined to enjoy looking at Capcom. I feel you. Wait, what's this? What you got? Aww. Wind up Mistel. Easy cute. Easy cute. Okay, I'll be back after pee break. Oh, I was trying to be cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got cat. I got a cat. How do I? Huh? Oh, what is going on? Why would I ever want the physics fix? You get back and study him. Oh! Do you think he's tired out, guys? Do you think I did it? Combine with your GPU? No! I forgot. I forgot it could be anything. I forgot it could be anything. Let's go. Hey guys, I just went to the bathroom. It was like a faucet. Thanks, Sarah. You're welcome. It's your guys' fault. It's you guys' fault. Marble? If something suddenly makes a loud noise, I'm not even gonna... Is this moving or is it just... It's just shadows, okay. I'm putting my glasses back on now. Ezzy. Ezzy. Come here, bud. Come here. Hi, buddy. We've been blessed by a kitten. We've been blessed by a kitten. You have to up your eye level again, Val. To the market board. Hello, kitten. Can I have a kiss? Buddy? Can I have a kiss? I don't know if I can wear 2 of the same rings. I think you can. I think you can, Vel. I think only certain things won't let you. Like, I think endgame stuff won't let you wear 2 of the same rings. He looks like Loki. Ezzy, come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. He's such a good bean. I slept in super late today because of him. Because he was cuddling like right under my arm in bed. He's such a sweet bean. Hello, Ezzy. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? He very, very rarely comes and visits, so we're taking a minute. It went up 9K, that same ring, Vel? You getting robbed. The current Tombstone gear, you cannot wear multiple versions of the rings. Oh, Vel! Check your poetics. Because you should have gotten a few poetics from what we just did. If they say unique, you can only carry 1 at a time. That's what it is. But I think you would have gotten 100 poetics from what the raid we just did. You're just gonna stay down there? You're gonna stay down there? Whoop. Whoop. How do I shrink back down? Boop. There we go. Do, do, do. Have to back out too? No problem, Izagi. Where shadows reign. Promises shadow the body orchestron. Sir, Kate just sent me to find you. You have a proper knack for showing up at just the right time, you know that? Gazzy, I need to. Okay, you can sit on my lap. Anyway, Kateseth cracked open that tome we got from Radlia and has been studying all the Nullstone's secrets. He thinks he may be onto something important, not just concerning Diablos and the Shadow Queen, but also the cat himself. Come on back to the Parrock and we can hear all he has to say together. Cause yeah, I wanna sit proper at my computer. Please? Thanks, buddy. Whew. Wow. Hey. Such a good kitten. Have a kiss? What a good little kitty bean he is. Was that a yawn? Was it, are you yawning? Am I boring you? Am I boring you, buddy? Do. He's just barely off screen. He's right here. Suggestion after this raid, A12S to get to the mount? Sure. Binks also likes to rub her face on my mic. I don't know what it is. Can see the first little smooch. Hey, bud.
Sloppy.
Oh my god, the sloppy scared me. Hey, buddy. Can I have a kiss? You yawning in my face again? Disrespectful. Disrespectful, it is. As I suspected, this tome was penned by a Makai sorcerer of superior standing. As well as detailing the methods by which the full power of the Nullstone might be unleashed, its page also contains a number of revelations concerning my master, High Void Mage Cesar. If these histories are to be trusted, then it seems that Cesar herself was responsible for summoning Diablos. But why would she do that? But I thought you said your master was opposed to supporting the war effort. Why would she be the one to call upon that bat-winged monster? Cesar only agreed to the ritual as a means to bring the conflict to an early resolution. From what I can glean from these passages, Diablos was intended as a bluff, a threat that was never to be exercised. If your cat's comfortable around you and feels safe in your presence, she may very well yawn as a way of expressing this. In other words, your cat is telling you that she trusts you and feels comfortable in your company. From Google, that baby loves me. Good, because he yawned like 3 times. Hey, buddy? I have absolutely no doubt that he loves me. Last night when I was going to bed, he was sleeping like super close up on my chest. And then as I was falling asleep, he just very gently put his little beans on my cheek. And I fell asleep. Because he's such a good boy. Hi. Hi, buddy. He's a little cuddle bug. Cesar only agreed... Oh, well, I read that. Diablos was intended as a bluff, right? His face. Hi. Hi. You want more? He's just sitting there purring. What's up, buddy? What's up? The little paw. He's like, please. Please love me. But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid restrictions and elected to unleash the fiend upon Amdapor. It was when Cesar moved to protest this act that she was branded a traitor and imprisoned. Once they had contained the opposition, the Void Mages studied all manner of otherworldly arts at the talent feet of their new pet. The most dangerous of which was the rite of summoning Skathak, and the method for chaining her power. Yet even after all they had perpetrated, these ambitious fools had the gall to come crawling to Cesar when the coming of the Great Floods was predicted. They begged her to take control of the Void Ark for the salvation of the Makai people. As you saw for yourself, however, the energies of the Shadow Queen broke loose and turned the vessel into a derelict nest of void scent. It seems obvious now that the arts taught by Diablos were deliberately flawed. The only saving grace in all this madness was when that damnable fiend was sealed away by the White Mages of Amdapor. I shudder to think what would have happened had he been reunited with his queen. So now, 1500 years later, Diablos is looking to finish what he started. I thought the bat-faced bastard was just some opportunistic underling, but it turns out he's the main villain behind this whole mess. Were Cesar alive today, she would accept responsibility for unleashing Diablos upon the world. As the High Void Mage's familiar, it is my duty to act in her stead. I have deciphered the secrets of the Nullstone, and with its undiluted power shall I erase Diablos from existence. Heh, I like your spirit, Puss, but try not to rush in too quickly, eh? Getting yourself killed won't do us, or your master, any good. Wait. No one's rushing in anywhere just yet, or have you forgotten that we're still in the middle of scouting out the fiend's lair? We've got the compass to go by, aye, but who knows what kind of place it'll lead us to, or how many demons will be lying in wait when we get there. We fly in with our eyes open, or risk getting slaughtered just like the Talons. Oh, yes, speaking of which, the tome made mention of a potential location for... Boom. What's going on in here? Breakfast! What the? Leoford! I can't believe Leoford's fucking dead. Ouch! He's behind you! Yeah, curse you, fiend! Oh no, the cube on a stick! At last, at long last. This is far from over, demon. We'll not allow an abomination like the Shadow Queen to rule this world.
Sloppy.
And thou knowest not of ruling. It is might which decideth dominion. Dominion. Sloppy of us to just leave the staff in the hands of Katesith, honestly. Tiny little cat. But believe what thou mayest, frail creature. You are playthings. Your screams of denial shall amuse me as I send this rock and all upon it to shatter upon the ground below. Ah! Did someone just fucking shoot him in the face? Radlia. Hell yeah. Radlia and her talons. That's a hell of a shot, right? Gods, is that Radlia? Where's she been hiding that ship? It is quite the ship, dude. Jesus. I would not tire my arm with the swatting of so many flies. The nullstone is mine, and there is yet much to be done. Coward! Why, he kind of thick, though. Why, he a little bit thick. Spending 140k on rings, necklace, and bracelet? Oh my god, Val. Do you even have enough eye level now? She's so smug. Terra, every demon in this raid is thick. Fair. Needed 235 at 307. May have overdone it a little bit. I ain't a healer, but I'd say you've broken an arm, a couple ribs, and bruised half your innards. We need to get you to some splints and bandages. I've got Vert Cure. He'll be fine. Well, well, ain't I a lucky sod? 2 demons in one day. Found some new dogs to lick your boots, Radlia. Is that any way to welcome me back to the life? You needed allies, and persuading our reluctant fellows to join in common purpose is a feat only a woman of my charming beauty could accomplish. And besides, you look too injured to be of much use to anyone. You'd best take your bed, old man, and let me let me and your champion there take care of the Void Scent. I thought you were saying let me champion your cause, and the wording was not matching up to what my brain thought. What? So you can tuck tail and run again at the first sign of trouble? You'd not even be standing there if it weren't for me. And even with me arm busted up, I'm still twice the pirate you are. Nay, I think you should stay behind this time, Leoford. We must pursue Diablos without you. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to wait for you to heal. We must take advantage of Captain Radlia's reinforcements and proceed with all haste. Did the demon just drop you on your head for a ball? Without me there to run things, you'll just end up getting in Sir's way, and no one's making haste anywhere until we know where we're flying into. Again, Captain Radlia may hold the answer to that dilemma. I suspect that the island she uncovered with the Makai Tome is the very location where Diablos has chosen to lair. This floating marvel I speak of is not a natural occurrence. It was constructed as a haven for refugees of the floods. The tome makes very clear reference to the island's purpose and describes in detail the Void Scent sorcery employed in its creation. As the Void Ark never arrived at its destination, however, the island remained uninhabited. I can imagine no more suitable hideaway for our scheming fiend. Even better, Diablos will not expect us to suddenly arrive on his secluded doorstep. The Talon fleet will carve a path through the lesser fiends, and we shall strike swiftly into the heart of the confusion to seize the Nullstone. Once the relic is secured, I will use its power to obliterate our devilish foe. As a sky pirate, surely you understand how much an assault relies on speed and surprise. We cannot have a wounded companion slow us down, and potentially doom the entire enterprise. So, you think you're in charge now, do you, Puss? Poor, broken Leoford's just some dead weight you need to cut away. You know what? I've had a bellyful of your mulin in any case. Go on, fly off without me. See how far you get with your thrice-damned enterprise. Keatson's like, yep, okay. Can't believe I'm only now considering a hat kid Lala Glam? Hat kid? Hat kid. Oh! Hat kid! Fuck. Oh! Sorry. The MC of Hat in Time. Dude, Hat in Time's such a good fucking game. Captain Radlia, compare the direction indicated by the ecto compass with your navigational records, if you please. I think we'll find the coordinates coincide with the island in question. Certainly, and feel free to board our flagship when you're set to depart. My darling's large enough to accommodate your adventurer and his fellows with room to spare. I enjoyed it a lot, 100% twice. I've only played through it 100% once. I want to play through it again. Damn, I shouldn't have let Ezrin be all over my face. My face is so itchy now. All right, Vel needs another invite. Boop. Ooh. Hat in Time movement just feels so good. That was the biggest thing about the game. The not the snowman. They really mastered the movement in that game, and that made it just so good. How do you do a ready check in this game? Do you do it from the... Oh, there we go. Time to see who's here. Oh, Ike's back. Ike, I didn't know you were back already. Look at your timing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, Lala's in that seat looks so cute. Ike's got a carriage full of Lalas. That's so cute, dude. Hella cute. We have 2 slots if anyone's interested. Otherwise, we'll just queue up. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Whew. The school bus, pretty much random. You're gonna fall out like that in the sea of clouds? Yeah, you are. One quick gust, you're gone. Can I see it better if we were in G-pose? I don't think you can... Can you target the individual players? Yes, but it doesn't change anything, really. It's very cute! You're literally standing on the seat. You're just asking to die. You really are asking to die. Do/iCam. Can I control it? Tab? Oh shit, we should probably be in queue. Hang on, before I start fucking around. Done scathe. Alright, now we can fuck around. Thanks, idle camera. This is what I wanted to see. This right here. It's beautiful. Really, just gorgeous. This is also a great view. Loving that. Also a great view. You can do it, idle camera. I believe in you. I believe we can get an angle. Oh God. You can also do idle cam T for your target. I don't even know what we're seeing there. Let's target you. I cam T. It did work. It did work. Unless, is that just the same angle it's always gonna pick for them? Or is it kind of moving around the target, like localized? I don't quite know how the idle cam works yet. This is like the best one we've been given so far, dude. And it's barely good. Did I put that? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Idle cam helps you spot bots. Really? Oh, well, this was a cute shot until Jolly clipped through the bottom of it. Jolly, get out of there. You got yourself a new hat. Monocle and all. I like that hat. How do I hide a player? How do I hide a player in their clipping? Because this is just a cute shot in general. Hiya! Oh my God, wait. Wait. There we go. This is just cute in general. Vel's little Lala. And the Moogle town in the background. Oh. Wait. I have to go pet Izagi. I have to go pet Izagi. Even though they're AFK. I have to go pet them. I have to pet Catboy before we go. You left proper. Wow, Jolly really said, I'm gonna leave the entire universe. We look at Catboy for good luck. Yeah, and pet the Catboy for good luck. Lulu, I thought you were gonna go walk off the ledge. But yes, with idle cam, I can find bots in the map and ones underground too. Okay, so that just confirms it. I was pretty sure that these people were bots because they were like under the floor. And I don't know how they did it, but I reported them once I realized what their names were. This one's known as Funscape. I'm excited. Hi, Jolly. What seat are you in? I don't know. Maybe get out and get back in? I think I chose seat number 2. If I had to guess, that's seat number 3 that you're in, Vel. Whew. Yeah, it is 3. 3 is the perfect seat for Lalas. We stare at Catboy. And floating Jolly in the back. It looks so ominous. Come sit, Lulu. Pay homage to Catboy before we go. Not a thought behind those eyes, dude. Not a single thought. He's just glazed over. Remove the hand and it would look like a ghost. Can you, in G-Pose, can you selectively remove people's mounts? Or does it remove the player entirely? Love the swaying Lala sit. Me too. I also think it's really cute when you laugh when you're swaying. Oh, I can barely see it because they kick their little feet. Not mounts. Oh, that's too bad. You could do a lot of really goofy things, especially with that claw. You could also make it look like piggybacks. Because like the way you straddle mounts, you could like position yourself on top of players and hide the mounts. That would have been a really good feature to have. Oh well. Oh God. We're getting a little close to these rocks. Traditional hello gamers. There are no Alliance members. What do you mean there's no Alliance members? I'm literally looking at them. What do you mean there's no Alliance members? How? Now are there Alliance members? Now there are Alliance members, okay. I guess because people were still in cutscenes, still loading in. The other two Alliance don't load in until the preparation ring goes away. Gotcha! Oh, I'm gonna fall off. Calling it right now, I'm gonna fall off. Reduce your expectations to 0. Because I am truly going to fall off. You dead? Yeah, I am. Jesus Christ. That was quick. That person almost went sliding. Whoa. Oh God. Oh! Well, somebody fucking died. I saw them go off the side. I like Funscape. Look at it this way, you didn't fall off yet. This is true. Also, screw you and your yet. I don't know what the deal with that square is. Oh, they're murder squares, of course. I see. Very interesting. There are squares of become unalive. Oh gosh! I just used my sure cast, so I was not dealing with that again. Imagine seeing that square and thinking, I'll stand there, as that one singular guy did. Yeah. Wait. Ugh. Oh, I made it in time. Goodbye, literally everyone. Holy shit. There are so many dead bodies. Wasn't paying attention. That was so funny. It's okay, 3%. Is it okay? It's okay. 2%. Yeah, it's fine. 1%. Imagine being that guy that walks into a murder square to get extra damage in the last second. Imagine being that idiot that dies in the very last second as the boss dies. Diabolic Sabatons of Fending. Those are pretty cool. I'll greet them. I'm not crazy about that hat though. Hate that boss. That was actually kind of fun. I'm just sad that I died twice. But I didn't fall off. I didn't fall off. So that's literally all that matters. Why does this look like Ishgard though? Hi Yumi! What did you not just do while I watched you do it? Nothing, 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 nothing. I stood in the death square. I wanted to get some extra damage in, okay? This environment is beautiful for this raid. Oh, can we kill the unblinking eyes? There we go. Also, hi Yumi! Yumi, how you doing? Welcome in. Still better than the guy who stood in it while it was glowing, in my opinion. To be fair, I was trying to eke in some extra damage with Korokor and engagement, so it's not my fault. I was doing my best. You have no idea how many times I died on that fight. I think I've maybe 1 to 2 times in the dozen plus times I've done it that I did not die. This raid series is not Yumi friendly, but it's fun. Verdiad Hollow. I recently watched a YouTube video about this circle on the ground. This is a ninja circle. I've been scared of this my entire time playing this game. This like beige-ish one. I've been afraid of it and avoiding it because I thought it was something bad. Woo! That hurt. There's a bone stack for free. Doton, yeah, I think that's what it's called. You know what I'm talking about. It's, yeah. It's not intuitive for a non-ninja player to know. We see circle on ground, it's usually bad thing. I don't know why everyone's coming here, but... Oh! Are we supposed to turn them all into fire? Wait, one of them isn't fire anymore. I'm just gonna follow the rest of the raid. Youch! Oh, don't look at it. I have all the jobs at Cap so I can recognize the floor. Goop. Not me. Ah! Woo! Pay attention or you'll miss the big reveal. Where's the laughter? The thunderous applause? There's simply no pleasing you. I have no idea how to tell that mechanic, but I'm just following the crowd. Oh, this is another boss I would know if I did all the Amdapor dungeons. All the Amdapor dungeons. It's a shame. Dude, I just realized in this like endgame, not endgame content, but in this harder content that I'm in, I am literally a lemming. I am literally a lemming because I'm just following everyone else and hoping for the best. Don't feel bad. I do though. Alliance Copper C. Oh, we got it. Okay. Archer pants. Not crazy about them. Reaper. Yeah, I'm kind of over my Reaper for now. I'll worry about Reaper. Ooh. Oh, this is cool. I'll worry about Reaper gear when I'm actually back into my Reaper. I legit mark Maya when there's new people, and sometimes for myself. The Maya has been marked for your stacking convenience. Regular comment for raids. I love that. I love that so much. You're doing the Lord's work, really, truly. For us, Proto Ultima. I just realized what we're fighting. For people that have holes in their brain like me and Sprats. Whoa. Oh boy. We're dropping like flies. Oligan Dreadnought. Dude, Proto Ultima looks so cool. Okay, it's a red mage with this Ver flashbang. No idea what this does. Ultima theme remix, it's a banger. Porto Ultima can sometimes be seen flying around Azizla. Also has a fate chain there? That's so cool. Oh, I want a Ver flashbang. Oh. I'm never fast enough. You're in Dunscape now. Yes, we are. Will be fun VOD to catch up on. It's been a blast, Linny. Hello, welcome home. Okay. Love you. Thank you for burgers. This is a cool design. Oh god, this is gonna be hard. Wipe Queen, I'm excited! Very cool. That actually used to be a succubus boss instead of Ultima. Really stellar. Terra, if I was going to choose a place to get Reaper Glams, you would get it from here, wouldn't you, Rando? Listen, Rando. I don't have the storage space for all this shit, and I'm probably not going to play Reaper for like at least a good couple months. Because I'm kind of dead set on Monk for my melee DPS right now. Oh no. Whoa. Someone just got obliterated. It's giving like Midna vibes? Like how Midna uses her hair? I haven't even played Twilight Princess, but obviously I'm aware of Midna. Reaper's the only job that you haven't unlocked. It's fun. I just like Monk more. What is this? Sustaining damage over time, movement speed also decreased. Crimson Queen, hello, welcome back. Ooh, we got a raise. Thank you, Ike. Reaper Proc is so much fun. Monk punching is just deeply satisfying to me. My god, do I wish I had Ver Raise. Being lower than level 64 on a red mage is the worst feeling. Woo! That Eucrasian Prognosis actually saved my life. It had just enough shielding on it to keep me alive. Shade Thrust. Holy Jesus! Ike's dead! I wish I had for a raise. There's a bunch of dolls around the outside. Ew, they're gross looking. They're like patchwork dolls. Oh, I've seen this model in Eureka before. Chimera Puppet. Welcome back, Ray. Hope your lurk was nice. I'm afraid if I like it too much, I'll get distracted from my intermediate goal of getting the Amaro mount. Oh, right. And the Reaper's not necessary for the Amaro, right? I feel you. I feel you. Whoa. $30 souls is being cast. People are running away. It's too bad because we had a melee for LB3 there. Oh well. Oh Jesus! We have a random dancer, I think, that really likes the LB. Yeah, Nakaya Tia. Jesus, that hurts. It's so close. 2%. Your lurk was delightful. Finished up AI Nirvana? Al Nirvana? Cracks me up how often range DPS will instantly pop LB3 in alliance raids. Dancers especially. I've seen more Dancer LB3s than any other in my life. I don't know what it is about Dancer players, but they love that button. And it should be us red mages. It should be us red mages. Let us blind you. Good now, just got off work making dinner while catching up on the stream. Let's go, Linny. Oh, this looks pretty cool. Edgy tank glam? Sure. This dancer isn't even giving me a chance to pop the LB. I know, the dancer popped it instant both times. So now we're actually fighting Diablos himself. Oh, this environment is so cool. With these statues? Oh shit, look away. Death gates. Wait, same mechanic? As in the dungeon? Maybe not. Ooh, look away. What's that? Okay. That's a really good idea. One of your favorite alliance raid fights. Holy Jesus. I'm gonna self-heal. I'm taking so much damage. Alright, the healer's low. I'm throwing heals at random people. I'm helping. If I can't res, I can try and prevent the death. Just an ocean fishing for the first time. How was it, Islua? Uh-oh. Woo! Uh-oh. What is going on? What have you done? You seek to wrest. Wait, are we having a wizard battle? No way. Is this an honest to God wizard battle? It is. Wait, this is so sick. Dude, this is fucking amazing. You've got to be joking. Anime energy beam fight. Yep. It was pretty neat. You can see why people want to collect them all. Yep. I have some friends that are obsessed with ocean fishing. Wishing I was fishing. Watch this one from the side for DBZ fun. Oh, I didn't even see his beam. That was so cool. Garlic bread is OP. Always make it. Garlic bread is like, you never don't want garlic bread. Also, I just realized her dead body is here. Oh. Her alive body is here? What's happening? Witness my true purpose for seeking the Queen's rebirth. Yo! The glory, an infinite well of shadow. You have breached Skathak's unholy vessel and released her power unto me. So this was ever his intention. Taking 0 damage right now. Such defenses will be difficult to pierce, but mind not his boasts. I couldn't read the rest. You can do it, Kate Sith! Weaken his defenses! I don't know if we're still building Limit Break on him right now. I think from taking damage we are. Oh, now we're actually dealing damage. Oh god. I don't know what this is. I've never seen a purple stack marker. I got scared. Terra. I've never seen a purple stack marker. Don't Terra me. I've legit never seen a purple one before. Shit, we can't kill that door. It had a gaze eye on it. So the whole raid needed to look away from me. Oh god. That was a stack and everyone but you look away. But it was still a stack marker? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Ah! Well, that was startling. Oh no. There's so many dead people on the floor. Don't worry, I'm switching to healing. I got Vercures. Oh, Jesus. Gimme? Oh, it's over, isn't it? Oh, it's over. I wish that they had just brought Red Mage Rage to Rage. I wish they had just brought Res Mage Raise to 50. There's so much content that I've done where I'm like, fuck, I wish I had Raise right now. Big mood. I love Res Mage so much, but fuck, dude. Why 64? Why not at least 60? I just dual cast a Jolt. I'm a virgin. We're supposed to be absorbing those orbs, aren't we? Oopsies. Oh god. I'm dead! Ooh, I lived! I lived, bitch! Whoa! That was so messy. Whoa! That was so messy and scary, but fun and crazy and fun. Holy shit. At this point, he's in Double Edge. Double Edge makes all the boss attacks crit, but it deals damage to him every swing. He absolutely trucks tanks. Got it. Holy shit, dude. Might have been scuffed, but at least he won exactly. Almost back. Hopefully the Wi-Fi gets it together. Cap, I'm praying for your hi-fi. Your Wi-Fi. Choo-choo. Wind up Skakthak Void Matter. Crafting material. Cards! I need the cards. Diabolic Hat of Healing. Oh, this is a cute hat, dude. That's a cute ass healer hat. This is pretty cool for ranged, physical ranged. I don't have any physical ranged yet, but that's just pretty cool in general. If you want an edgy glam, I'm gonna greed it on the off chance. You know what? I might as well greed the pants too then. I like how all the achievements are puns or play on words. I wouldn't have it any other way. Whew. Not the dancer using every single limit break and then dying and then just saying BRB sorry in the middle of a fight. This dancer is literally something else. All I really care about is this card. I don't care about anything else. But I don't want to need on every single one of them because I don't want to win all three. I just want one. And then I'll be happy. You keep rolling ones? Oh no. There are craftable versions of all this gear that is dyeable should you want to get glam happy. Bet. Cool. I really like this hat. This hat is really cool. You could do like a Mad Hatter glam with this or like something akin to it. I just want to end up queuing up randomly and having Yoshi P in my party. I would honestly cry. Ooh, that's right. The devs really do play their own games, huh? But they're probably on the JP servers, so I don't think that would ever happen. Yoshi P was on the Dynamis servers at some point? What's his character name? Oh my god. Roll on the cards, please. I just want my card. Can't with a DC. Oh, rip. I wasn't reading chat the whole time. Well, I guess I'm gonna need all three. And then if I win one, I win one. I hope I don't win more than one. I'll feel bad. He has some alts on servers for publicity. He might have a character in every data center, who knows? He plays CC quite a bit and hangs around in the EN servers in Lima a lot. Cool. Lima, as in Limsa, you mean? When they released, he was roaming around. That's so cool. Is his character name Yoshi P or is it something else? Because I don't think I know what his name would be. Big Moon screenshot? Oh! Bum, 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 bum. See, this is when you would go into like actual G-pose and like get lighting on your face so your face isn't like black. Like blacked out like this. Or like shadowed super hard. Yoshi P Sampo is the name. Okay. If I ever see it, I'm gonna lose my shit. Seems like every other month or so he pops up on an English server and hangs out with people and lives in. That's so cute. He has official characters, which is his Lala look, and then a private one. Everyone's at the railing. Moon screenshot. I didn't win a single card. I hate this game. This is the worst game ever made. I didn't win a single card. I am rage quitting this game. It's official. You've heard it here first. This is my last day playing Final Fantasy. 3 cards? I didn't win a single one. Got the code at least? Grats. Hi Sith, welcome in. Pigtail Femme Lala in a Realm Reborn Minfili outfit. That's so cute, Rando. No, Cap, you're totally good. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Had a neighbor friend come over to chill and play with poppers. Becky, that's so comfy and cute. I just get here and you're quitting. I'm not quitting. I'm just kidding. Do not relax your guard yet, sir. The air is still heavy with its foul presence. Congrats on clearing all 3. I gotta head back to Merilith for some stuff. Stellar, thanks for coming with us. Appreciate you. I think next up, I don't know what we'll do. What time is it? We got at least an hour left of stream, minimum. What can we do in an hour? We could do a poll for either Hildy or Roll Quest. Or A12S. Already taken care of the fiend, have you? And you didn't even need that dusty old relic to do it. Still gotta get into Stormblood? Crimson? Stormblood? Be careful, Captain. Diablos yet lurks in the shadows. This is where the killer comes back for one last scare. That's my cube on a stick, you fuck. Oh, Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers. It's so good, Crimson. Kitty? Finally, have I claimed the Shadow Queen's power for mine own, yet still am I harried by you noisome weevils. I must needs quit this realm for a time. When I have grown accustomed to my newfound might, there shall be a reckoning for your insolence. Stop him! He's getting away! Oh my god, the cat's fucking dead. Who? This ain't time for napping, Furball. You've still got a job to do. Leofard! Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Ah! He dropped a cube! I'm gonna be lurking, Terra. Got a raid in like 20 minutes. Sith! Good luck on raid, good luck on raid. It's good to see you. Dude just fucking whips it at the dying cat. With his last strength. My work here is unfinished. In Cesar's name, I unmake thee, Diablos. My master's will be done. Get his ass! Laser beam! Oh, oh, oh. Jesus! 415 centuries have I earned for this power! Thou canst not unmake me! No! No! Gets unmade victim. This proves cats are the superior beings. True. He got the magical blink. Dun, 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 dun. You did it, kitty. Proud of you. I mean, Furball. I mean, Puss. What was the other nickname? Oh my gosh, she fucking dead. Never seen a dog wield a Rubik's stick, Val. I should have known we were wasting our breath. The captain only heeds the siren in his heart, and the damn consequences. Heh, I told you you'd be lost without me, didn't I? Crispy kitty. And look at you, Puss. Getting knocked out cold in your moment of glory. You weren't like to get another chance to honor your master's memory, and you almost missed it. But I suppose you pulled through at the last. I'll give you that much. Spare me your concern and your lectures. You all knew I wasn't like to stay abed with such a grand adventure in the making, and I'd rather break every bone in me body than be stripped of the freedom to go where I please. Besides, all's well that ends well, eh? Diablos is dead, and we're all alive. That counts as a victory in my book. It's just a pity that it cost me the ray mill in the doing of it. Oh, his ship, his mana cutter. I hope she rests easy on that island refuge. Red Bill, farewell! The whole reason we came here! For this. For the scarf. This is the entire reason I wanted to do these raids. For this damn little scarf. That doesn't even show up on this outfit, but it shows up on my other outfit. Ooh. God damn, that airship is phallic. Hey, you said it, not me. You should bust out your Red Bill inspired Sam Glam. Yes, you should, Ray. Bah! Me goggles are a mess, but I can always get me a new pair of goggles and a new airship. I suppose we should be glad we didn't lose aught else after diving headlong into a void sent nest. Now that we've taken the skies back, it's time we're taking our leave. The Talons and the Red Bills can kiss this brief alliance farewell. Unless, of course, you're interested in a more permanent arrangement. Your bootlickers might think your voice is siren song, but it grates on me ears like a harpy's screech. No, this is the first and last time we fly together. We're back to being rivals, the way it's always been. You are a very stubborn man, Red Bill, but you'd do well to remember, I always get what I want in the end. Pills that make you stare at the floor. Head back to me quarters and see to the furballs hurts. I'll be along in a bit. She looks strong as hell. That's the power of Thylander. That's why we were looking respectfully when first we saw her. I look forward to the day that Terra does near raids. Near raids is end of Shadowbringers, right? I'll get to it eventually for sure. I don't know if we'll do it like this week or next week, but we'll do it very soon. Need the near boots? Yeah? Okay, yeah, so now we can actually do it. So we'll do it soon. I feel so foolish, sir. I demanded that Leoford remain behind, only to have him rescue my mission from certain failure. A failure that would have made mock of your heroic efforts as well. Near equals the glam raids. So cool. Shadowbringers 5.0. Sick. You're too kind. That your words exist. That words exist can properly express my contrition. I know not how to even begin making my apologies. I should like to approach the captain, but he has the air of a man who seeks solitude. 'Tis strange to see him so melancholy. Could it be the loss of the ray meal which troubles him so? Nay, I shan't intrude upon his contemplation with clumsy questions and trite platitudes. Let us leave him be for the moment. Its little feet move a fucking mile a minute. Alliance raids unlock in 0.0, 0.3, and 0.5 each expansion, if I remember correctly. I don't know if that's necessarily true, because Vel is 3.0. And Vel did all the raids with us. I'd say you could use the near raids as an emotional break, but I mean, it's near. This has been our emotional break, and it's been very good. If you guys want it today, we could do the healer role quest, I think. Might not have enough time to finish it today, but we can finish it Thursday if that's the case. Oh, that's when the raids release. That's when they release. Got you. Anyone get the Monster Hunter mount yet? No, we were actually talking about getting a party together for that. Whew. Mistress Stacia, if I might ask you a question, do you know the cause of the captain's melancholy? Is it because of the ray meal? Pray tell me if it is so. I cannot help but feel responsible for the vessel's destruction, and I would better understand Leoford's present distress. No, it's about his dead fucking wife. If you really want to understand, I suppose I should start with how the captain was orphaned. That's his mom? Orphaned as a child. As matters turned out, he was taken in by a high-born widow who raised him as her son. From what Leoford has told me, his adoptive mother was a kind, quiet-spoken woman, but due to some illness or other... Spess is making a bunch of noise. But due to some illness or other, she was rarely able to venture outside. Instead, she spent hours reading to her boy from a library well stocked with books from faraway lands. His wife, clearly it was his mom. I knew that. I knew that all along. Extremely excited for the next third of post-Endwalker Alliance raids. How have the Endwalker, like, dungeons and things been? If you had to, like... better or worse than what I've currently experienced? And if better, how? How is that possible? Good? Just good? Baseline? Endwalker owns. He's a long cure. Long cure isn't real. It can't hurt you. It just gets better. Press X it out. Leoford cared for her as her malady grew worse by the day, and he was there by her side when death finally carried her away to Thal's halls. Thal's balls, she fucking died. While she was alive, she never did ask much of him. Not long before she passed on, however, she wrung from him one single promise, that he escape the conformity she had always endured and live his life as a free bird. As you've likely guessed, her name was Raymil. That's her portrait there hanging on the wall. Ah, that explains much. I had wondered as to the origin of his vessel's naming. The Sky Pirate Way is the life Leofrid chose for himself, but I like to think he named his ship the Raymil so that his mother would be there to watch over all of his adventures. Since when were you so loose-lipped about a comrade's private past, Stacia? I don't remember. They're all a blur through my tears. I'm having anxiety. I'm having anxiety, Linny. Do not say that. Shadowbringers is like being told someone's got a gun on the other side of a door. Endwalker is like opening the door and bang without warning. You want to be the cat, Becky? With the gross lizard eyeballs? All right. Power to you. I ain't in the habit of leaning on people's sympathies, so you can all keep that tidbit to yourselves, eh? As I thought I told you to see to the Furball's wounds, look at your cape, Puss. It's in... Puss? Ew! Look at your cape, Puss! It's in tatters. Come here a moment. Ew. Come here, Puss. Disgusting. It's cute. What the fuck? You have not looked closely at its eyeballs. It's got weird, gross lizard eyeballs. Oh, I got a little scarf. A scarf for me? Aye, that's a little present we give to every new Red Bill. Raymil taught me that it's not protecting memories that's important. It's having the strength to follow your path and make those memories in the first place. Seeing how determined you were to clean your master's slate, I'd say you'd fit right in with our crew. Puss of a man from Dark Souls 3, you. Listen, if you're thinking that little airship meant a lot to me, then you'd be right. But I'd rather mourn a hunk of metal than lose them as can share in me highs and lows. So let's get this straight. Puss. There's no need for apologies. A sky pirate makes his choice and he sticks by it. I almost said puss again. I need help. Master has given Dobby a scarf, literally, Val. The life of a sky pirate, As I seem to be bereft of both place and purpose now, I suppose I shall accept your offer. I'm yours to command, Captain. Glad to hear it. Your first duty is to join us in giving our adventurer here a proper send-off. Well, it's about bloody time you two saw eye to eye, but honestly, Captain, you don't mean to head out in those rags, do you? Let's get you cleaned up as well before we say our fond farewells. Thanks for the hydrate, Jolly. Kate said this is like Sonic characters, a big eyeball with two irises. He's gross. Guess I'll have to wait and see how it went down while my Wi-Fi was pitching a fit. The VOD, I mean. Oh, it was wild. It was so sloppy. But I don't think it was just your fault. People were dying left and right. That was a chaotic fight, but it was fun. It's time we parted ways, sir. Let's give you an escort down to Coldwind. You talked to Kate first? What did they say? What did they say, Vel? I missed it. That was some adventure, sir. But our journey into the unknown is over. For the now. You'll send me it? Thank you. When the skies spit out some new mystery, you can bet that I'm coming to find you. After all, there ain't nobody else who handles the unexpected quite like you. High adventure and the heady rush of danger. Surely in this life there is no greater reward. Smilage. Vel, I hate that you typed Smilage into chat in relation to him because now it's all I see. Anytime he smiles, it's just Smilage. And they were never heard from again. Smile Madge more like? No way. Smilage. Every time he got a shit-eating grin on his face, it was Smilage. Yes! Yes! The scarf! It is ours. Quick! 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 To the inn! Wait. I have to give them a hug first. You did your best. Ah! Don't run away from my love. Oh, no, not the bow. You did great. You did great. We survived. We still cleared.
Yay!
Oh, is this your Red Bill inspired? Love it. Love it. Love it. Does it show up on this? Oh no, it doesn't show up on this. Love it. I should try on the neck piece. You have glammed? Wait. Oh, that's cute. That could be in fancy bitch glams. That's very cute. All right, I have to run to an in room. I have to complete my glam. I have to complete it. Terrabellum Scarfum. That's the whole reason we did these alliance raids. Also because I wanted to see the content, but mostly for the scarf. I'm not gonna lie. It was mostly for the scarf. Hi Lynn, I'm here hugging you. I'm here to hug your leg. Drive by hug all my friends. And where's the inn? I need to crash. It is 3 a.m. Good night. Toon! Toon, have good sleep. Holy shit, 3 a.m. Innkeep. Raid time. Lurk, Gulsum, good luck. I do want it. Should I put these in the fridge? Because you have to order like right now, right? Oh, yeah, put these in the fridge. I'm not gonna eat a burger, a burrito, and seaweed salad. What do you mean? You can have that one. You're gonna eat. Okay, all right, love you. Borger. He got Borger because we.
I wanted your salad, but you're gonna eat your salad.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm gonna eat my salad. He bought me burgers because he thought we weren't gonna be having sushi burritos till later, and then he was like, "Oh, I have to order the sushi burritos like right now because they close later." So then I had 2 burger, sushi burrito, and seaweed salad, and he's like, "What do you not want to eat?" I was like the burgers. I don't care about the burgers right now. Save for about 2 a.m. Kyo, have good sleep. Have good sleep, Kyo. You're out of prisms? How do you get more? Market board? I think you can also craft them? I don't actually know how, but I think you can craft them. All right, ready to fill out this. Oh, it's perfect. It's everything that I dreamed it would be. It's perfect. Fair brings a tear to mine eye. It fills it out so perfectly. Because my big issue with this glam was just this. I didn't like this like dead space. I didn't like this dead space here. But you put a little scarf on, boom. He looks destitute. Looks like he hasn't seen a meal in 3 days. Is Vel on free trial? No. Vel is fully absorbed into this game, Rando. Vel is done for. Vel is done for. I have given her the gift of addiction. I've been consumed. It's perfect. It was worth it. It's worth it. I mean, I guess the alliance raids are pretty cool or whatever, but this is what we came for. It's perfect. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Okay. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna have a quick little pee break. We should do a little vote on what I do next. Our options are role quests. Specifically, healer role quest, Shadowbringers, Hildebrand, or what was the other one? There was a third one. Does anyone remember? I'm drawing such a blank. I don't think it was A12S. Maybe it was Trials? There was a third thing that I was like, oh yeah, we could also do that. Cheeky A12S for mount. Let's do that. So the options are healer role quest, Hildebrand, or A12S for mount. Yes. Yes. Let me put it up. / poll. Unless a mod is making it right now, and then I'm gonna put it up. And then it's what happened. Mods, thank you. I love you. Whoever made that, love you. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. You guys vote on the poll. Get owned. I was like, I don't know if a mod is actively making this while I talk. Love you. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. You guys vote. And then we'll do whatever you guys voted for, and we'll be back. Mwah, mwah, mwah. See you in 1 sec. Fine. He's just having a little nap. All right, Strauss. Let's go save the world. He's fine. It's okay. See, he's jumping. Oh God. Oh God. Come on, Strauss. We're going to save the day. Time for two-handing. This is probably what this message says. No two-handing ahead, therefore seek God. That's funny. Better ingredients, better pasta. That's the power of Home Depot. I cannot believe. Oh, bro! Oh, bro! Hang on. Ezra just stole fries. Ezra. My cat, y'all. My cat just ran off with 2 fries. Ezra, are you kidding me? I have to go hide my fries. Holy crap. He grabbed them, looked at me, and then... Are you still fucking alive? You're both still fucking alive. Explain. What happened to my face? Why did my face do this? Hang on. What happened here? What? What happened? What happened here? Okay, we're good.
Jesus Christ!
Where do I go? Oh my! And we're gonna go to an army base and dual wield helicopters and live. Okay, you guys, great. Knock yourselves out. You're gonna have a good time. What the? He's dead, Jim. I'm just gonna carry on. I'm just gonna carry on. I'm just gonna carry on. Anyways, with your dual wielding helicopters and shit like that. Great for you. Love that for you. I will. Kitty has claimed the arm. And there's nothing. Oh no. She kind of hot though, but oh no. Hang on, I want to get a closer look at that. No. Don't ever talk to me, my son, or my son's son ever again. What do you mean it's broken? No, dude, it's gonna get up if I go. It's gonna get up. I don't want to go back that way. I don't want. This is how I die. I'm just panic gunning at this point. Oh! He was a ghost. He was a ghost. He was a ghost. Are you rummaging through garbage cans?
No.
Are you sure?
Trash goblin away.
You know that moment when you're playing a horror game and you come across a situation like this and then they show you a room that's gonna fucking time close itself? You know it, you know it's not gonna end well. Ready? Sorry.
I can open parts of service now. Oh, come on!
Hi. Bambies! What the fuck? What the fuck?
I will miss you.
I hate this so much. Come on in. I hope your stream was amazing.
Perry the platypus, you're no match for my potatonator. With this device, I will turn
Potatonator?
the whole tri-state area into a giant baked potato.
Wow, was that clip not meant to be? What? What? That clip was made for this moment. That clip was made for this moment. How is that so? Is that a cheeky little A12S that I see? Sorry, I had to eat my seafood salad. Spess said seafood salad around me, and I was like, all right, we're in a BRB right now anyways. I'm just gonna eat it, so I ate it. Hi, Mac. Mac, you want some potat? You can have a little potat as a treat if you want. So, wait, who's all in the party for A12S? Vel sadly can't come with us. There's a potato, yes. Yes, just for you, Mac. Can send me an invite? Okay. Raystifer, come here, you. I'm gonna go to Idleshire. We can meet up at Idleshire if you're coming. Wait, where is Idleshire again? I've literally forgotten. There it is. Is this spoiler content? Alexander? Alexander is Heavensward, right? I think you're still good. Eating dinner right now, so can't come, no problem. Cap is Lulu, right? You're trying to figure out computer stuff in Pepega? Is it stream computer stuff? I love that scarf. It was well worth the effort. Have you asked for help, Echo? Imagine asking for help. Oh, hi, Tara. Didn't see that you chatted at me. Wow, Echo ignoring me? Echo? I would never once ever ignore your chat messages, Echo. Never. I always read every single one and I never miss them. So, like, disrespectful, honestly. Ugh. Yeah, we're not even doing the story part of Alexander, so like, other than just visually? Hi, Tomato Guy. Hello, Cookie Fresh. How you doing? Imagine. Vel, get out. Yeah. Oh wait, Vel's talking to Jolly currently. I probably shouldn't kick them. Oh, Cookie, thank you for hydrate. Okay, she noticed. She's like, bye, I'm getting booted. There she goes. Okay, we got Ray. Who else? A12S. Jolie. Long time no see. Indeed, how you doing? My water pitcher is leaking. I hate this year. Mac. Mac, you're falling apart at the seams. Are you okay? Do you need a hug? Partially stream related. Mostly I need to update my RAM. Oh, you can just download more. You can just download more of that. It's super easy. You should have asked. Which I already have picked out. But now it's graphics cards you're trying to look into. Ooh. Wasn't the prices of graphics cards like down? Like, aren't they decent now? You played Callisto Protocol. How is it? Tara, please. You want to make sure you can run Horizon Zero Dawn without without me graphics. Got it. Got it. Callisto Protocol is like the spiritual successor to whatchamacallit? Dead Space, is it not? It was creepy. HCD is great. Yep. I still need to finish Forbidden Westerwilds at some point. Frozen Westerwilds? Which one is it? The second one. I need to finish the second one at some point. Dude, I love this sword. Hey! I was staring at that. You mind? Who are you poking? Oh, you're poking this little thing. Wait, is this the gender fluid? I think that's the gender fluid. Bow, 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 bow. It's forbidden, Tara. Yes, and you do need to finish it. I do at some point. Gotta work on the Heavensward Astro Relic. I don't think I have any. Oh, monk, I guess. I was just about to say, I don't think I have any classes that could even get a Heavensward relic, but monk can. That's the good thing about being, like, having monk as my main melee DPS, is I can go back for other, like, early expansions relic weapons if I wanted to. Rather than Gunbreaker, Sage, Reaper, and Red Mage all being screwed. Even though I'll miss most of it because current schedule. Echo, I'm sorry. Current schedule works so much better for my life, though. I will say my overall quality of life improved with earlier schedule. I get to see Spess. I sometimes get to see some friends after stream. It's great. It's great. Mental health, we know her. We know her. She's doing well. She's doing very good. Level 80? Fantastic Mr. Foe? The fuck? From Painfully-ish Guardian Man? Confusing. Startling. Terry, did you know Moogle minions dance together when near? And this is where I'd put my Moogle minion. If I had one! Imagine putting personal life over stream. It could not have been me for 2 years. And then I decided, hey, I should just do that. This is a joke. I love you. Take care of yourself. I am. Don't worry. Then buy it. Bruh. Imagine. All right, fuck it. We can do it with us 3, right? We can survive. I'm level 84. No, I'm level 82. Jolly's 84. Gray's 90. We can survive. Oop, uncheck that. It's not a trial. It is a... What is it technically? Logging in now. If you could wait another minute, I absolutely can. I don't even remember what it's called. So, you got some time. Oh! The Burden of the Father. That doesn't sound right. No, that's A4. Listen here. Listen here. Soul of the Creator Savage. Oh, maybe I didn't unlock it. Whoopsies. Rogger's Reach. To Rogger's Reach. Soul of the Creator is what I want. Got it. Wait, is it Rogger's? It's in Mordona. I'm so used to Omega. Don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me. I'm so used to Omega. What? No. Isagi. Please don't bully me. Where were we doing all the raid things again? I'm having a struggle. Terry, you okay? Do you need to rest? I thought I was okay. Now my brain is not working. Oh. Oh. Oh, Mordona. Mordona. Not Idleshire. Not Idleshire. Mordona. I'm doing fine. I'm living my best life. I am living, let me tell you. Hey, you. Is this a Hamilton reference? A refrain? There we go. A refrain for the undaunted. God damn it, Tara. Listen here. I mean, obviously. A wondrous tale is on the lips of every... Oh, because Alexander Hamilton. Alexander Hamilton. Where's your family from? Unimportant. There's a million things I haven't done. Thanks for the hydro, by the way. But Just you wait, just you wait. They say that within the rusty relic which straddles the Thaliac, a hero met with a company of warriors wrought from solid steel. That was me. I was that hero. Aha! I rather thought it might be you. And you say you cross swords with these dread automata? Splendid! Tell me everything. Let me hear the sounds of battle echoing throughout the giant iron's innards. The other one is for 8.5 through 8. Gotcha. I will now drown my sorrows in chicken tendies and cookie dough. That sounds like a match made in heaven. Hello? Hamilton still smacks? Yeah, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. I literally just listened to part of the album yesterday while waiting for Horizon Zero Dawn to install. It's so good, dude. Your story stirs my muse from her slumber. To think that the goblins would contrive mechanical soldiers that could themselves combine to form a veritable walking fortress. And within a walking fortress, no less. The tales of my boyhood were not half as fascinating. Your tale reminds me of another, that of the 3 great kings, Alexander, Midas, and Gordius, whose names must by now seem rather familiar. Covetous to the core, they spent their lives in a fever of conquest, never for a moment satisfied with their lot. That an ambulating paradise of wisdom and erudition should honor their memory is curious indeed. I can only assume that the genius who conceived it was possessed of a wicked sense of humor. Oh, a story so steeped in myth could scarce fail to stir the spirit of song within me. Lend me your ear, friend, that I may regale you with the tale of your own adventure. In the giant's iron innards, the goblins did toil, though sunrise and sunset, intruders to foil, till the limb of their lodging did chance to wake, a path for our waryless hero to make. And thus did he aim for the beast's second heart, cleaving both it and its keepers apart. Yet in spite of his triumph, the goblins all laughed, and by means lost to meaning, in victory basked. Yet the giant of steel was far more than it seemed, with power beyond knowing, potential ungleaned. And thus our hero, compelled to withdraw, resolved to return and do battle once more. There! A courageous struggle, rendered in the naive style, recalling the fantastical tales of youth. But tell me true, did I capture the spirit in your journey? I took certain liberties, of course, but then such poems must do more than simply portray an event. They must tantalize the senses and stimulate the imagination. The hymn of battle is as old as time itself, but sung from the heart it can inspire even the meekest of soul to greatness. How do you think the poem will end? I was hoping you might tell me. Suffice it to say, I look very much to finding out. That's the 5 to 8. Yeah, we gotta do the next one. 9 to 12. Painfully-ish Guardian Manalux Unreal Trials. Got it. Who lives? Who dies? Who retells your story? How did I join a fate? Inside more... Okay. Well met, friend. Might you perchance be able to shed some light on a most remarkable rumor that has reached mine ears? That of a time-straddling hero who did rescue the gobby flock of Idleshire from a future most dire. It really is a Hamilton reference. Yep. Love it. Love it, dude. But the 12 smile upon me today. 'Tis a stirring tale indeed, and one made more affecting by the unadorned manner in which you tell it. A struggle for the future so grand as to span the boundaries of time and space. Would that I had been there to witness it with mine own eyes. I must say, mine interest was especially piqued by the part about turning back time. If I understand correctly, had you triumphed over the giant only for the goblins to reverse the flow of time, thereby compelling you to do battle over and over again, the primal's power would have grown to nigh infinite proportions. Well, we must all thank the 12 that you and your companions were able to break this vicious cycle. As a performer, I must confess to some curiosity over how the battle with such a foe might unfold. Not that I want for inspiration, of course. Your tale is more than sufficient. Why, even now my muse stirs within me. Hearken unto her song. Listen, Linny. I like the lore, okay? I like to read the things. In the breast of the giant, a crystal did stand, whose hunger for ether spelled death for the land. And thus did our hero swear to never to cease, till he'd torn out the heart of the great metal beast. Yet for all his labors, both bruising and brave, the goblin stood poised to make history their slave. The giant, however, had plans of its own, and plucked from the goblins their dream of a home. For it saw but one way to set history aright, a champion of ages, a hero of light. So the giant now sleeps as it did once before, in a moment repeated, forever and more. Did you not have it unlocked? I forgot. I forgot to unlock it. Also, someone apparently says dying is easy, living is harder. True. Alrighty, I'm gonna go for the night. Have a good rest of your stream. Crimson Queen, thanks for popping your head in here. Hope you have a good night. You'll forgive me if I took certain liberties in retelling tale of yours, yada yada yada. My only regret, yada yada yada. Yada yada yada. Surprised by what you see. I love you too. I love you too, Crimson Queen. Hope you have a good night. There's Rando. Hey, you changed up your... This is your summoner glam? Or your summoner outfit, I should probably say instead. You changed it up a bit on me. It looks nice. It looks nice. I like your shoes. They're very pointy. Convoker's coat. You got your Endwalker artifact armor. Convoker. The boots are something else. The boots are really something else. Oh, you replaced them. Oh, no, you didn't. No, you definitely didn't. Only the coat is unglammed. Got it. All right, let's do it. Let's do it to it. Soul of the Creator. There it is. Good luck, good luck. Thank you. Wait! Wait! I forgot to do the thing. Unrestricted party. Yes. This is the normal, not the savage? What do you mean? Oh my fucking god. I have to go speak with somebody else. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I have to go turn in the quest with somebody? What a scam. Guys, help, I think my brain is melting. Jolly, listen here. You listen here, you little shite. I'm not the brightest bulb, alright? You should know that by now, Jolly. You've been here for what, like 2 years? Close to it? Sloppy indeed. I never claimed to be intelligent, alright? Boom, boom. The shoes are from a Halloween outfit you got on Mog Station. I want pointy shoes. I recently went looking for different shoes because I like the Falconer's boots, but I wanted something else that looks poor, and I forget what I landed on. I think I did it on my Sage's outfit. Oh yeah, these ones. These ones are cute. These little shoes, because they got little buckles. They're the dinosaur leather shoes. I like them. They fit with the little hobo aesthetic. The little street urchin look that I like so much. 1 year and 1 month. Jesus, I can't believe. That's crazy. Oh. I might as well go turn this one in since it's right here. Almost the same amount of time as Jolly Crystals. Crazy. Also, as changing my summoner glam, I decided I would stick with the skies out, thighs out theme I had going before. I love that. Skies out, thighs out. I've never heard that, and I love it. One year, 4 months. It can't be over a year, really. Time? Dude, this year vanished. 2022? What even happened to it? It is December 2022. It's Crimbus in like less than 20 days. What? What? There it is. Boop. Good riddance to 2022 at this point. Mac, you've gotten done so dirty. You've gotten done so horrendously dirty. 2022, I don't know her. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I went in as Sage. This is embarrassing. Well, I'm a Sage, apparently. I thought I was on my page. I forgot I switched to see my little shoes. I just wanted to look at my shoes. I don't even have cardia on anyone. Who's gonna need it the most? You. Although, to be fair, Sage has instant cast AoEs. So, like, not that bad. Not that bad, right? Executing judgment protocol. Oh, I think I panned Heimat too early. Eek! Sonic boom! Brain here to get a smoke and play video game. I could love you. Oof. Thank you for raise. So what's the mechanic in Alexander that's not soloable? Is it the thing that I got hit by? Or was I just low HP and I fucking died? Love the stasis loop part so much, me too. Alex is soloable? I thought somebody said they couldn't solo A12S because of a mechanic. Hey, Master's Key. Boop. Alexandrian Metal Grimoire. That's kind of cool looking, but no thank you. Huh. Would you look at that? Person who said I'd need cardia needed the... Listen here, Jolly. Listen here. I'm noticing some distinct attitude coming from you right now. During the ad phase, you have to kill the big pair in the correct order, and you have to have enough DPS to kill before the portal phase. Oh, but... Oh, that makes sense. So you just need like crazy burst classes in order to get through that. So wait, job done? We have our mount, right? That's what we went in for. We got it first try. Does it always drop? Because that seemed very, very easy. Cheeky little A12S. Oh, Savage Mounts always drop. Damn, that's so convenient. Now the question is, do we have time for anything else? We could maybe do the next stage of the healer role quest and then save the rest for Thursday. Every final Savage is 100% on drop. Thank God for that, honestly. Crazy Burst is a stretch, just have reasonable DPS. Like, it might be tough for healers and tanks, but any DPS at 90 should be fine. Interesting, because I thought like a DPS main friend of mine who does Ninja said that they needed to bring one body with them to A12S. Maybe it was Omega. Maybe it wasn't Alexander. I don't remember. I don't remember. One of the 12S's, they said they needed to bring a body with them. What an impractical mount, dude. The fact that you're just like clinging to this like pump. It's why? O12S is a full team. Huh. Interesting. I thought it was A. I don't know. If you say it's doable, I trust you. We got our little flock of Alexanders here. Flock of machine birds. The like regular angel wings are so like not off-putting, but they're just strange. Okay, what should we do? Should we call it? Should we call it? Or one role quest? I think we can do one role quest. Oh right, the flavor text. Fabricated with Alexander's internal manufactories, Arthrideus was primarily used to wreak temporal disruption on any and all invaders. This particular construct saw its weapon systems overridden following capture and now serves as a glorified transport module. Nice. One role quest shouldn't take long. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's do it. Let's heckin' do it. Switch to Sage. And let's find out where we left off. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Final warning. I am stepping into Shadowbringers content. If you are not currently there, mute me, leave the stream, do whatever you need to do to protect yourself from the spoilers. We're doing healer role quest. Taylor, there's only one Sprout here now. It's me. I am the Sprout. Sage Quest, more so than Sage Quest, Cursels, yeah. Get you a little bum out of here. Love you. Hope you have a good one. Thursday's stream will likely not be safe for you either, Cursels, because it's gonna be a lot of the same. And maybe the tank ones as well. What level is my tank? 77, 77. Okay, I need to do some roulettes. I need to do roulettes tonight, and I need to do roulettes tomorrow. And then they should be close. Gonna log off and rest. Jolly. Thank you for all the help today. Appreciate you. All right, final warning. I am activating my teleport. I am moving into Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers. Off we go. It was fun to actually be here. Have a good rest of your stream. Love you. Bye. I need to clean up my inventory at some point. All these materia and these earrings that I definitely don't need, but I'm definitely hoarding anyways. Still need to finish up some of my role quests. I have the road to 80, Linny. So I do roulettes. Like, I think Monk yesterday was 74. I did my roulettes. It's halfway through 77. Like, the road to 80 is insanity. So I'm taking full advantage of it while I can. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, I'm probably gonna get shoved into a duty, so I'm just gonna leave party. Gamers, thank you for help. Love you guys. Mwah. Can't be bothered leveling anything right now. Tara, remember at some point you also need to do the rest of the Warring Triad? I think you have only Zervan left. The Warring Triad? FFXIV? Oh, you're right. You're right. I am missing one. You're right. Because I did Sephiroth and I did the hot lady. And I'm missing one. Boob lady. Yeah. Heavensward optional trials. Sophia. Yeah, I did Sophia and I did Sephiroth, but I didn't do another one. Thursday? Let's do it Thursday. Hell yeah. Zervan's the last one. Okay. Oh! Does anyone know the name of this theme, by the way? This needs to go on my playlist. Because I seriously love this. Ho, sir! Glad you found the place all right. Now for the prey. That'll do. Now, I just take a deep breath and... Hey, your mother was a hobgoblin. You ain't much to look at either. Come here and face me, you craven shite. He used vicious mockery. Oh. He's fucking dead. Though Giat lies prone, the creature appears indisposed to cease its rampage. It seems that it will have to be dealt with. Okay. Provoke. Dude, I love you. This is gonna be great. I'm gonna really enjoy this particular line. There are more pressing matters at hand. All right. Ray, can you kick me from the party? Did you try and server jump, Rando, and forgot to leave the party? That's the worst pain imaginable. I don't wish that upon my worst enemy. Maybe. I should have just disbanded, I'm sorry. I'll do that next time. Hey, Giat. You alright? You alright, little buddy? You okay? Ha! See? That wasn't so bad. I reckon that I broke 3 or so ribs, but at least one femur there, but my bones feel just fine now. Better than before, actually. And that beast gave you no trouble. Seems like you're just what I'm looking for after all. We can talk about the rest back at the Crystarium, over a drink or 3. The folks at the Wandering Stairs know how to keep them coming. Meet me there. Don't worry, I got you, boo. Ray MVP. Traditions and travails. Think it might be called High Treason, the quest I'm looking for? That's probably gonna be, was it inside the Rising Stones? No, I don't think that's right. It would be in Mordona, right? No? Idleshire? I don't know. It'll be somewhere. Fuck. Anxious Crystarium Guard. In the middle of nowhere? Minstrel from another mother? By the time you hear this? The Aspiring Skywatcher. What the hell are all these? Are these hard modes? Oh! This is the raid. Oh shit, when should we make time for this? Oh shit, when should we do this? Should we wait until we're through some patch content, or... Fuck, dude. I forgot about the Shadowbringer raids. Oh, excuse me. Skywatcher's a utility thing that you check the weather. Oh, cute. Do you want to do it all at once, or as it was on release? Probably all at once. Probably all at once. Thursday might want to find time for the optional Shadowbringer dungeon, the twinning, lots of lore. Ike, love you. I'm literally gonna write that down in my notes so I don't forget. Thursday, the twinning. Ooh, my writing got real bad there at the end. I also did that one. We can cross that one off. We don't need that anymore. Boop. Okay. Eternal winds. I love the Cristeria music so much. Goop, goop, goop. There ain't nothing like a flag and a veil after a well-earned victory. You didn't do anything! I didn't say it was my victory, of course. I did find myself a partner of uncommon skill, so maybe it was. Ha! Whatever you want to call what we just did, doing it helped us understand each other. Sure enough. I've seen that you're a masterful fighter, and you learned that I'm fearless as a stone, and so a fellowship is forged. Now that I'm sure you won't get yourself killed, I can tell you about the Sin Eater I'm after. It's one of the so-called cardinal virtues. Why am I already emotional? You guys suck. You guys suck for making me wait on the role quests until after I did 5.0. You guys suck so much. And it's a nasty piece of work. I'm sure this is why you guys made me do this. Because you know that the role quests are all sad. But now there's extra... I hate you guys. Each of the virtues looks like one of the fools who brought the flood upon us. But this one takes after the worst of the bunch, Lamet, disgrace to all dwarven kind. Knowing that one of our people was a warrior of light is bad enough, but Sulfurcene being out there looking all dwarf-like, well, didn't help matters, accursed thing. The Council of Elders, they don't want to live with the shame of Lamet's sins no more, so the head of the council, the eldermost elder, stay with me here, gave me this job. Hunt down Sulfurcene, slay it, see that it doesn't keep sullying our good name. That theme is called Dangerous Words. Okay, I'm gonna write that down as well because I'm gonna forget. Dangerous. Dangerous words. I'm just gonna put banger so I know what that means. Banger. Okay. I'm our strongest warrior, so if anyone's going to do it, it has to be me. That's fine. I'm more than up to a contest of might. The problem I'm having, though, is that Sulfurcene keeps healing itself, and it's, well, deeply annoying. I suppose it's because Lamet herself was some kind of master of the art, but Sulfurcene's healing is so powerful that no matter how hard I whack it, I can't leave a scratch. To make matters worse, it also flies around, carefree as you please, resurrecting other Sin Eaters. We'll be up to our eyeballs in them forever if we can't do something about those curative powers. That's where you come in, right? I'm sad already. Lamet doesn't deserve your scorn, you know. Listen, I know you have your own ways, and that's just fine, but whatever you care much for dwarven honor or not, you have to agree that a Sin Eater that can raise its fellows from the grave is a danger to us all. As for Lamet, you should know that being a dwarf is about respecting tradition, and she never did. Never. You might not have heard, but the tales say that Lamet roamed the land without her helm. She willingly showed her face to those who weren't kin. She knew full well it would dishonor us all, her and us all, and she did it anyways. Then there's a part about her bringing doom on all the world. Not one of our taboos, really, but it's generally frowned upon, and now she's back, face bare to the world, a sin eater. Who could make a dwarf go so wrong? But we have ale to drink and sin eaters to hunt, in that order. You healed my body, sure enough, but I'll need a few more flagons to restore my vigor, and by a few, I mean about 100. Come find me later. Dude, I love this expansion. Affronts and allies. Goop, 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 goop. And who are you? Looking at me? You got something to say? Got you, eh? Of course I remember my new partner. And I ain't drunk, neither. I'm a dwarf. It'll take more than, well, however much I had to get me under the table. And now you know one more thing about me. This'll only strengthen our fellowship, I'm sure. But we'll need more than just a sense of camaraderie if we're out to take down Sophrosine. So I'm thinking we should start with observation. Get you a look at its healing powers. Let you see what we're dealing with. Now this is the perfect place to overhear the right sort of information. If you listen, don't get the wrong idea. I don't let it get in the way of no important drinking, but I do pay attention. Anyway, what I heard is that Sophrosine's been spotted in Eorzea. Then I remembered there's a little pub over in Stilltide, the Leaky Keel it's called. They make a decent brew, and some of the folks there should be able to point us in the right direction. Okay. Doo-doo. Looks it up on Spotify. Yes, it is Dangerous Words. Okay. Did I type it? Dangerous Worlds? Oh no, Dangerous Words. I got it right. That was more hoops than I wanted, but I appreciate your effort nonetheless. Oop, oop, oop. And just, what are you looking at? Fine, fine. No need to give you that murderous stare. I know what you're thinking. That Gia, you think to yourself, always drinking and lounging about and drinking some more. What a sluggard. What a drunkard. What a magnificent beard. Oh, I wish I had a beard like that. Yes, I know. You don't need to explain yourself to me. I wish I had a beard like that. Well, we really should work on finding you a sense of humor. Maybe deal with that after Sophrosine. Might take a while anyway. You'll be happy to hear that while I was waiting, I got my hands on some prime information and some excellent wine, which, no, information first. Call me a dolphin because I'm going through hoops. Right, so according to the local fisherfolk, quite a few sin eaters have turned up near Brightcliff lately. I suggest we go there and kill as many as we can find. We can't say for sure where Sophrosine will appear next, but if it's in the area, it won't pass up a chance to revive its fallen friends, right? And while we're at it, you can vent some of that pent-up rage you've got. Don't need to be pretty so long as it gets the job done. Just make sure to find me again before Sophrosine shows up, you hear? Oi, oi. I hear you. I hear you, little buddy. Does anyone remember how I get the dwarf helmet again? Is it over here? Maybe I do some side quests tomorrow. In my Oh, I can't fly here either. I'm definitely doing some side quests tomorrow. This is a problem. I can't fly. I don't got a dwarf helmet. I can't even dwarf cosplay for these quests. No. None of this is sitting right with me. The dwarven sets are crafted. Oh, so I could probably pick it up on the market board then. Nice. Dwarf helmet crafted. Gotcha. Okay. I should cardio myself. I kind of forget that you can cardio yourself. Because I haven't really taken Sage into any, like, outside of roulette content. If I'm running around, I'm playing Red Mage or at least Monk. Sage is my roulette machine. And to make queues go fast for Vel when I'm free. Do 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 do. Ugh, I feel like my wings are clipped without flight. This is pain. I think I've done all the side quests down here for flight. It's got to be like here for ether currents. Actually, I could just check, couldn't I? Travel, ether currents, Calusia. There's one regular one, then 2 quests. Yeah, that's probably them there. Do do do. Where else do I still need flight for? The Tempest. Right. That should do it. Now we wait to see if Sophrosine shows itself. Over in those bushes, say? I've got the wine right here. Dude, I'm just sad seeing them like this now. There, that's it. See? It revived the other one. Even bunnies can wear dwarf helms? Yo, that's sick. Hey, what's wrong? Wait, she was wearing her helmet. What a lonely place to die. The world outside is even worse than I feared. Is someone there? I didn't realize it was I didn't realize it was Ardbert. You're alive? Well, why didn't you say so? I can't do much for the dead, but the living, that's a whole other matter. I can't believe it. All of my wounds healed. Thank you, kind stranger. You sure are lucky that I passed by. You really might have died, you know? You'll hear no argument from me. I was a fool. The thought that the hobgoblin I was after might have friends lying in wait never so much as crossed my mind. I shouldn't have been out here alone. Level 30 Ardbert is so funny. He's so cute, dude. I hate you guys. I wanted to do all the role quests before going into 5.0, and everyone's like, no, just do 5.0, then do the role quests after. So you'll have more lore, and what you guys really meant was you'll have trauma. Oh. With your magic to keep me fighting, though, their numbers wouldn't pose such a problem. What do you say? You don't look to have a party of your own yet, and I could certainly use a man like you on my side. I hate you guys. Trauma of lore, yes. Eyes, I win. Dude, Mac, I forgot. Isn't that great? Isn't that a great thing I made? What? I am no man, you unripened gourd. Why, I've never been so insulted in all my life. Lorama. Thank you for adding it. It's perfect, because you guys do need to do it on occasion, and it just takes you guys so long, and I feel so bad. Now it's just boom. Let me tell you what's what. I'm Lammet, proud daughter of Thole family, and if I catch you mocking me again, I'll put you right back where I found you, you hear? Yes, ma'am. I certainly didn't mean to offend. The beard misled me, you see. You unripened gourd? Yeah, she really got his ass. She really dragged him, eh? And that's that. Look, Ardbert, treasure. Ooh, we got some upgrades. You certainly look the hero. Now let's see you act like one. So something you learned with the little lore book. Oh. Hello, sir. Hey, you, honorless lout, half-empty flagon. Don't be little dollop of shite. Your mother was a hob and your face looks like a newborn's house. Oh, Giat. Dude. What is the matter with you? That was colorful. Straight-faced as always. A refreshing round of insults always cheers me up, but I'm starting to wonder if you have as much trouble with fun as you do with jokes. Are you sure your mother ain't a hob? I don't know. I guess I don't know what my mom is like, to be fair, like in-game. Fine, never mind. At least we got what we came for, and you didn't miss much. After Sophrosine brought the other eater back to life, they both floated off to who knows where. But what happened to you? You saw Sophrosine? No, the real Lammet's past? Ha! I knew you'd have some kind of weird power. Sounds to me like you just witnessed the beginning of Lammet's journey, right after she left home. It's odd. You said she was wearing her helm, and she helped out that injured traveler just like any dwarf of honor would do. Maybe she wasn't born a monster. But then... It don't sit right with me neither. Standing around wondering about it won't do nothing but make us thirsty. We're done here, so let's go back to the Crystarium. We watching Monty Python? Basically, Mac. I really like the healer role quest so far. Despite feeling feelings. If you remember, they had to shed their bodies. Yeah, they sure did. Back when they were in the sword. Actually, no, they had to do it before they even left the first. In the lore book, it mentions that Ardbert took it upon himself to end the... I didn't know that's what they meant by shed their bodies, Jolly. I thought it was just a peaceful little moment of like, whoop, there goes my soul. Soul left body. I didn't realize it was like that. Jesus Christ. Very sad is an understatement. Nope, pure death. Literally. Crazy pig, literally. Go. Ah, there ain't nothing like a flagon of ale after a job well done. Don't give me that look. I did stuff this time, you saw. And you also saw... Hey, thank you so much for the follow, welcome in. And you also saw Sophrosine work its magic. But since you haven't said nothing about it yet, I'm guessing you didn't have no sudden revelations about how to stop it. Don't worry, I didn't expect you to solve my whole problem just like that. I only need you to remember what you saw today. Keep it in your mind, then maybe something will come to you when you're working your magic elsewhere. Me, I like to think while I drink. It's the most efficient way. So you can find me here if you need me. I'll let you know when I have a plan. Redeems such devastation. Oh my gosh. Okay. I have to end stream. I have to end stream. I mean, you think the Asians give enough of a shit to do it peacefully for them? No. I mean, a certain Asian, I would like to say yes, Izagi. I would like to say yes, but I guess he was only so gentle with us, right? Dude, I'm not gonna be able to survive the role quests post 5.0. Nothing even happened. Just seeing them made me feel things. I'm not gonna. I'm literally dead. I'm literally dead, Mac. We'll do it. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I'm just being a drama queen. Okay, well, I'm gonna end here. We're gonna pick up the role quests on Thursday. So probably bring tissues. Because it's not going well. It's not going well. It's not going well. It's going emotionally already, and we're like, we haven't even touched it. It hasn't even gotten to anything emotional yet. It's just showing Lemet's backstory, and I'm like, sighing and shit. Bro, this game's a scam. It's just emotional damage in disguise. Where should I send you guys though? Where should I send y'all? What? Hello? Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. We will be back to Role Quest on Thursday, 2 p.m. Central, so feel free to join us there if you'd be so inclined. We could raid Kuiper. Kuiper's not doing Final Fantasy today, but Kuiper is in Endwalker in Final Fantasy ahead of me, so we can actually raid and hang out today. She's currently playing Pokemon Scarlet Violet. Who else? Is there anyone playing Final Fantasy? Sarah is. Where is she? Shadowbringers 5.0? Wait. Let me have a poke in here. Still 5.0. How close, I wonder? Terra sees Ardbert crying with the force of a raging river. Dude! I got close. You're gonna go see Becca? What's Becca up to? Oh, Becca's in D2. We can go Becca, actually. We haven't seen Becca in forever. And Becca raided us on Friday. You know what? I want to pay Becca back for the raid. We're gonna go to Becca. Guys, I love Becca so much. That was an easy convince because I fucking love her. She recently got 1,000 subscribers on fucking YouTube. That beautiful queen. So proud of her. I'm peeing right now? Too bad. Too bad. We're shipping over there, Becca. My queen, we are coming to see you. I love you come to see me on your pee break. Even more reason to raid the Baxter. Becca, I love you. Get your ass back on your computer, girl. Guys, follow this girl. I adore her. She's magnificent. She's the love of my life. Not really, but basically the love of my life. I adore her so much. And we'll be back Thursday. Bring tissues. We gonna be crying. We gonna be crying. It's fine. We'll have emotional support. We'll be hugging. It'll be great and fine and cool and nice. I love you guys. Please eat water, drink food, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do. And we'll see you guys Thursday, 2 p.m. Central for more emotional damage. Bye.